Good morning, Taylor Gang. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. So, yesterday we actually started watching the Charlie trial with Ali versus Ali and Ali. Now I have to go do some research because I know everybody was saying the honor killing, but I didn't really know what the honor killing was. So yesterday evening I decided to look up honor killing and child, yeah, yeah. I found out that of course it's a oh shoot, my nose is burning. Okay, but an honor killing in a sense is when a family member is killed by relatives, usually a female or a girl, because they believe that she's brought shame or dishonor to the family. And that can happen when you refuse an arranged marriage, when you're having a rumored relationship, if you are dressing or behaving in ways that the family considers improper. And it can happen if they say that you are being, or if you have been a victim of SA, even though it's not your fault. And it's rooted in cultural and patriarchal beliefs about family reputation, and basically just control over women. So legally and morally, we all know that murder is wrong. But over what we know about this trial is that they're talking about Iraq. And so naturally I had to look up and see what's going on over there in Iraq. And honor killings in Iraq are not legally permitted. They're not legal at all, but they show leniency to the murderers of honor killings. Their sentence is a maximum of 3 years. All right. The husbands are also allowed to discipline their wives, which can include violence. And they are protected under the law. And then there's also like a granted immunity blanket for certain honor-based crimes. So it is very much a thing. But what's crazy is y'all in America. And like my girl Shay said, if that's how y'all want to live y'all life, y'all should have been over there in Iraq doing it. You can't do that over here. And so yesterday, when the judge made the ruling that Fatima cannot testify about the abuse and that Fatima can't, I don't think she's able to mention the arranged marriage, it sparked my attention like, oh, I really want to hear her testimony because what the judge said is that it's more prejudicial than probative, which it is. Because anytime you say arranged marriage, abuse, no women's rights to somebody in America, all of us gonna turn our eyes and cut them at the arranger, right? They picked the wrong country to kind of do this in. So I originally felt like, okay, he was not trying to kill her, but after learning the background on what an honor killing is and how they do things over in Iraq, I absolutely think it was an attempted murder. I absolutely think it was an attempted murder. So I am going to pick us back up where we left off from yesterday. It was after lunch. I dashed at lunch because they was just taking. I forget that this is a West Coast case. It's in Washington, and so their after lunch was like 3:30, and I was like, yeah, I get off the stream at that time anyway. So I ended up pausing the video and getting us a marker. But we are going to pick up today, and then when they come live at 11 o'clock, we'll switch over. You keep going in and out, or is it YouTube? They've been messing up with streams lately. It could be me. It could be. Let me just shut up and play the video.
Testifies, we anticipate that court's permission, it won't be visible. It's just a comfort item. Does the court have any issue with that? I wanted to obviously bring it to the court's attention. Prior to advising her, she can come in here with that item. Okay. But it's a rock, quite honestly.
My understanding from, I believe, the state's brief was that she would have a comfort item and there had been no objection. And so I have no issue with that.
Thank you. The only other question that we had from the victim advocate is if the court or defense had any objection to Sky, the court, that being in the courtroom, in the back of the courtroom during the course of Ms. Ali's testimony. I wanted to raise that before the jury came in as well.
Certainly, I don't have an issue with that. It's common to have the courthouse dog in any courtroom, frankly, in our courthouse, and would not be on the stand. Certainly, if the house dog was going to be on the stand, we would handle, or request we'd handle it differently. But any objection to the courthouse dog being in the courtroom? Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was all.
All right. And just so that everyone is on the same page, I think you are, but we're bringing the jury in. We'll have them seated as they have been seated since we started. I will then announce that juror number 12 has been excused. We will then reconfigure the jurors. The bailiffs will do that, and then we will proceed. Please bring the jury in.
And Your Honor, permission to get my witness.
Yes.
That was your personal touch.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Members of the jury.
Yes, I believe. Good morning, Claudia. I believe there is going to be one witness before the daughter testifies. I think the name is Eric, who is an eyewitness based off of Court TV's breakdown of their video. What we just found out is that Fatima, the daughter, will be testifying on this day, which would have been yesterday. This is after lunch. And she's going to be testifying with a Melly just had his hearing. It lasted 15 minutes. It was live on NBC South Florida. All right, you guys tell me what happened. She's going to be testifying with a comfort item, which is like a rock, which is very, very interesting. Good morning, Gabrielle.
She wasn't.
Okay, what about Fatima? Was she at the bus stop?
She was shortly after I came over there.
Okay. And at some point, did any adults show up to the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the first adult that showed up at the bus stop?
It was a adult man. He had a beard. He had a brown skin complexion.
Okay,
And he was following both Fatima and Isaiah to
okay.
the bus stop.
And the male that you're referring to, was he older? Did he appear to be older or younger than Fatima and Isaiah?
Older.
Okay. And you indicated that he followed them to the bus stop. Had you seen that man prior to October 18th?
No.
Okay. And after they got to the bus stop, what were they doing?
They were arguing.
Okay. And could you, well, who was arguing with who?
Fatima and the man they were arguing.
Okay.
Isaiah had kept getting in between them.
Okay. So Fatima and the older male, they were arguing, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And could you understand what they were arguing about?
No.
Okay. Were they arguing in English?
Some of it was in English, yes.
Okay. You just don't remember what they were arguing about?
No, I do not remember
Oh,
what they were arguing
okay.
about.
And then you testified that Fatima and the older male were arguing, and you said that, well, what was Isaiah doing when they were arguing?
He was trying to step in between them.
Okay. And you indicated that Isaiah was trying to step in between Fatima and the older male. What was the older male's demeanor like when he was arguing with Fatima?
Angry.
Okay, and what did you see or hear that is making you say that he appeared angry?
Him raising his voice and him trying to get closer to Fatima in a aggressive manner.
Okay, and then, so you indicated that Isaiah tried to get in between Fatima and the older male. When Isaiah tried to do that, what, if anything, did the older male do?
He had thrown a punch at Isaiah's face.
Okay, and do you know if he actually made contact with Isaiah's face?
I believe so.
Okay. And after the older male punched Isaiah in the face, what happened to Isaiah?
Isaiah had stepped back a few feet.
Okay. And when the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? How were they situated?
They were standing.
Okay. And then after the older male punched Isaiah in the face, what did the older male do after that?
He had put his arms around Fatima's neck.
Okay. And you indicated he put his arms around Fatima's neck. Did he put just one of his arm around Fatima's neck or both of his arms?
He had one of his arms wrapped around her neck and the other one placed over his, securing it.
Okay, so one arm was around Fatima's neck and you said the other arm was securing it?
In this motion.
Okay, so you have sort of one of your arms raised in a horizontal manner and the other one in a vertical manner, for the record.
Correct.
And when the older male sort of put his arms around Fatima's neck, how were they situated? Were they standing at that point or were they on the ground?
They were on the ground.
Okay. And do you know how they got onto the ground?
No.
Okay. And so it was the first time when you saw the older male had his arms around Fatima's neck, they were already on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And when they were on the ground, what was Fatima doing?
She was flailing her arms around and coughing.
Okay. And then when Fatima was flailing her arms around, what was the older male doing?
It looked like he was trying to further tighten his grip.
Okay. And what did you see that made you say that?
He didn't look like he wanted to let go.
Okay. And what about the other kids that were at the bus stop? Did they get involved at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who all got involved?
Caleb.
What about yourself? Did you at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you got involved?
I kicked him in the head.
You say you kicked him in the head. Who did you kick?
The man, the adult.
The adult male?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you kick the adult male in the head?
Because he wasn't trying to let go of Fatima.
Okay. And after you started kicking him, after you kicked him in the head, did he let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. What about when you indicated that Caleb, Azela, and remember what they were doing?
Zayla was yelling. Caleb was throwing punches down at the man, trying to
Did the adult male let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that Zayla was yelling. Do you remember what she was yelling?
She was yelling to call the cops.
Okay. And when Zayla was yelling, did the adult male let go of Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. And what about Athena?
No.
Okay. And you indicated when you and as the adult male had his arms around Fatima's neck, you indicated that she was flailing around at first. Did you see anything else about her or about her face?
Her eyes were starting to roll back at one point.
Okay. When you say her eyes were starting to roll back at one point, what do you mean? Like roll back where?
Going this way.
Okay, going back, you're pointing sort of towards the back of your head?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about her facial color? Did her facial color stay the same or did it change?
I wasn't able to tell.
Okay. And you indicated that after the older male had his arms around Fatima's neck, that the kids at the bus stop got involved. Do you remember if at some point other adults showed up?
Yes.
Okay, and were they and do you remember who showed up?
Yes. The bus driver that drives the 68 bus route, he had gotten off, and then also a adult, they had gotten out of their car to go and help out.
Okay, and you indicated the bus driver got off from the 68 bus, got off. Is the bus driver a male or a female?
Male.
Okay, and then what about the other person, the other adult that got out of their car to come assist? Was that a male or a female?
Male.
Okay. What about when the bus driver first showed up? What do you remember what the bus driver was doing?
He was trying to push the man off the daughter.
Okay. And when the bus driver was trying to push the male off of Fatima, was he successful in getting the male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What about when the other male from the car showed up to assist? Was he successful in getting the male off of Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that other males showed up. Do you remember if at any point whether any adult females showed up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if it was one or two adult females?
I believe it was one adult female, but she was accompanied by someone else.
Okay. And the person she was accompanied by, was that a female or a male?
Female.
Okay. And the adult female, when she first showed up, do you remember whether, at that point, whether the male still had his arms around Fatima's neck?
No.
Okay. You don't remember, or he didn't?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then do you remember what when the adult female showed up, what if anything was she doing?
From the looks of it, she was just watching.
Okay. And then, at some point, did the police from Lacey Police Department show up?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to one of the police officers?
Yes.
And do you remember who you spoke with?
Officer Chavez, I believe her name was.
Okay. And Eric, did you, prior to coming into the courtroom today, also, did you watch a video of the incident that was taken from the 68 IT bus?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, state moves to publish Exhibit 34.
You may.
And for the record, I am playing the video that is roadside video starting at 2:12:53.
Timberline High School.
And I'm stopping at 2:13:37. Eric, we saw somebody in the clip that was wearing gray pants. Did you, in sort of towards the center right portion of the video footage, did you recognize that student?
Yes.
And who was?
Adidas shirt.
Okay. And were you wearing gray pants?
I was wearing bluish pants
Okay.
with a dark blue stripe along
Oh,
pant leg going down.
okay. Starting again. And I'm pausing it at 2:13:44. Eric, I have my cursor. Can you see the cursor on the screen?
Yes.
And I have it pointed to someone that is in the further right portion of the image. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
And who was that? And have my cursor pointed to someone standing right beside you, also in the right portion, middle right portion of the image, who was wearing sort of what looks like olive green colored khakis. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
And who was that? Playing the footage again. I'm stopping the footage at 2:14:51. And Eric, when the bus, the 68 bus, intercity transit bus left that day, did you get on the bus?
No.
Okay, and why didn't you get on the bus?
I felt panicked.
I'm sorry?
I felt panicked.
You felt panicked?
Yes.
And why did you feel panicked?
I didn't feel right about just walking away or leaving from that situation.
Okay.
Especially when cops were called.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Price, just a couple of questions for you. You said during your testimony, one of the comments you made was "from the looks of it." You remember saying that?
Yes.
Is that because you're remembering and testifying about this video that we just watched?
From my memory.
Okay. So, did you watch this video before coming in here to this courtroom today?
Yes.
When was that?
About 30 to 40 minutes before I got in here.
Prior to that, 30 to 40 minutes before coming in here, had you ever seen that video before?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I had saw it during my Zoom meeting when I was first talking to Olivia.
When was that?
I can't recall the date.
Do you have an approximation of when it was?
No.
Well, this incident was in October. Was it before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, so sometime before Christmas you watched it, and then you watched it again 30 to 40 minutes ago?
No.
No, okay.
I got confused by your question, sorry.
I'm sorry, okay. When you were talking to Olivia the first time, when did you watch the video?
I had saw it during that same Zoom meeting.
Okay,
So about a week or two ago.
okay. So you watched it prior to testifying today twice in the last 10 days or so?
Correct.
All right. And so your testimony today, based on your memories of what happened, was that influenced at all by watching those videos?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Eric, thank you for being here. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just one follow-up question, Your Honor.
All right.
Eric, you indicated that after, when this incident occurred, you spoke with Officer Chavez. Do you remember telling the jury that? Do you remember saying that a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay, and when you spoke with Officer Chavez, did you tell Officer Chavez what you have seen happen at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Leary,
No, Your Honor.
may this witness be excused? Members of the jury, you can stand up if you'd like to, just move around a bit while we wait for the next witness. That actually includes anyone in the courtroom who wants to stand.
Laura Huda Ali.
Members of the jury, you can stand up if you'd like to, just move around a bit while we wait for the next witness. That actually includes anyone in the courtroom who wants to stand. You can be seated, please. Come forward, please. I'm going to start by placing you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please be seated. I'm going to ask that you pull your chair forward a little bit and adjust the microphone. All right, Ms. Stone, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So Fatima, you're a little soft-spoken. We need to make sure that people can hear you okay. So if you have to pull the chair forward a little bit more, that's totally fine, but I may ask you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
If you can please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Fatima Ali, A-L-I.
And Fatima, how old are you?
I am 18.
When did you turn 18?
May 31st.
So just recently?
Yes.
Fatima, how tall are you?
I am 5'1",
Okay. And do you know how much you weigh?
101, I think.
A little over 100 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay. Fatima, in 2023, 2024, where did you live?
With my parents.
Okay. Anyone else live there?
Yes. My sisters and brothers.
And when you say your sisters, who are your sisters?
Haneen Ali and Nora Huda Ali.
And how old is Haneen?
She is 21, I believe.
Okay. What about Nora?
And Nora is 19.
Okay. And you said your brothers as well. How old are your brothers?
My little brother, Abraham Ali, is about 6 years old.
Okay. And do you have another brother?
Yes. And Ashaq Ali is about 3.
Okay. And you said you lived with your parents. Who are your parents?
Ahsan Ali and Zahra Ali.
And Fatima, do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate where they're located in the article of clothing they're wearing? Starting first with your dad, please.
They're in the right next to the behind the window. Next to the windows. And
What is your dad wearing?
black and gray,
Okay. And what about your mom?
pink and black.
And the record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali.
And did you always live in... Okay. Where did you live before that?
Arizona,
Okay. And how long did you live in Arizona?
6 years.
Okay. Where were you born, Fatima?
I was born in Iraq.
And so how old were you when you moved to the U.S.?
I was about 8.
Okay. And Fatima, where do you currently go? Let me ask this a different way. In the fall of 2024, where did you go to school?
Timberline High School.
At any point, did you stop going to Timberline High School?
Yes.
And where did you go then?
Online Summit High School.
Okay. And was Timberline High School in Lacey, Washington?
Yes.
And what year of school were you in when you started at Timberline? Between freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year?
I started for my sophomore year, junior, and my senior year, but I didn't finish my senior year.
Okay, so in the fall of 2024, would you have been starting your senior year? Or at the beginning of your senior year of high school?
At the beginning of my senior year.
And you said you go online now, is that correct?
Not now, but
I'm sorry, you said at some point you went online, is that correct?
yes.
Are you at a different in-person high school now?
Yes.
Okay. When did you move to online schooling from, apologies, let me back up. When you were going to Timberline High School, was that in person?
Yes.
When did you move from in-person to online?
I believe in the beginning of October.
Was that your choice to move online?
No,
Whose choice was that?
my parents.
And how did you like online classes?
It was okay.
Okay. What was the schedule like for that?
It was normal schedules, but it was just Zoom and just the teacher talking to us while we're doing our assignments.
Okay. So did that mean those classes then were at a scheduled time versus you can just go online and do them at your own pace?
It was at a scheduled time
Okay. How many days a week was that?
every day.
And were you able then to do them from home?
Yes.
Did you have friends that were going online?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you have friends in school?
Yes.
Did they all maintain in-person school?
Yes.
When we talk about your friends at school, are you familiar with someone named Isaiah? Okay. And where do you know him from?
From Timberline High School.
Okay. And was he in the same class or your group as you? Meaning, were you both seniors at the time?
No, I was the senior.
And what was he?
He's a junior.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship between you and Isaiah in September, October of 2024? Acquaintances, friends, or something else?
We were dating.
Were you friends prior to that?
Yes.
Did you tell your parents when you started dating or talking to Isaiah?
No.
And why not?
I was afraid.
Okay. Well, are you allowed to date?
No.
How old were you at the time?
17.
Ultimately, do you know if your parents found out you were dating?
Yes.
Okay. Who found out first?
My mom.
Did she tell you that she knew?
Yes.
When you moved to online school, was there a reason given for why you were moving to online school to you?
To me.
Yes.
No.
When did you find out you were moving to online school?
When I met with the school, the principal,
And how did that meeting go?
it was fine at first.
Who met with the principal?
My mom and my sister.
So your mom and your sister, did you get a decision to play in that? Did you get to give your input as to online school?
I did.
Yeah, and what was your opinion?
I didn't want to go.
So who decided that you were going online?
My mom.
Okay. And Fatima, you indicated that you were born in Iraq, is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been back to visit?
Yes.
And where to?
Iraq and Najaf.
You said in Najaf?
Najaf.
How many times have you been back?
Once.
When in relation to your senior year of high school did you go back to visit Iraq?
My sophomore year.
Okay. During the year or during the summer?
During the year.
Okay. So you would have been, if my math is right, about 16, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where your family or extended family, or any extended family, is located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you like visiting Iraq?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Is there anything about Iraq that you, without explaining it, is there anything about Iraq that you didn't like?
Just felt unsafe.
Okay. When you came back to America from your visit, how did you feel about being back in America?
Going back,
About being back here in the United States? When you returned from Iraq and that visit, how did you feel about being back in the United States?
better,
And when you say better, what do you mean by better?
feeling safe.
So on or about Friday, October 18th of 2024, were you already in online school at this point?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. When did you move from in-person school to online school? I think you said the beginning of October earlier. Is that correct?
Yes,
So in the middle of October, on October 18th, Friday, October 18th of 2024, were you actively going online to school?
yes,
Okay. Were you aware at that time of any pending or future trips to go back to Iraq?
yes.
And do you know when you were scheduled to fly for that trip?
Not at that moment.
Okay. Do you know now, or let me phrase this a different way, when were you scheduled to fly for Iraq?
I don't know what day, but it was a Friday.
Okay. Is there an incident that happened on or about October 18th, 2024 at your school?
Yes,
Okay. When was the planned trip to Iraq in relation to that incident?
that day.
Okay. And how did you find out that you were going back, you were scheduled to travel back to Iraq?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. How did you find out about the trip?
I found out by my mom first.
Okay, and when you say you found out by your mom, what does that mean?
I overheard her conversation.
Talking to who?
My aunt.
Okay. And did anyone else confirm that for you later? Provide more details?
Yes,
Who?
my sister, Henning.
Okay. And do you recall, in relation to the incident we're going to talk about in a little bit, when did you find out about the trip back to Iraq?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Sure, no, that's okay. How long did you know you were traveling back to Iraq before the incident we're going to talk about? Days, weeks, months, hours, something different?
Like a week or so.
Okay. And when did you talk to your mom about that trip? Meaning, how long are we going for? What do I need to pack? Did you get any of that kind of information from your mom or your dad?
Yeah,
Okay, what kind of information did they give you about the trip?
to pack a lot of clothes.
Okay. How long were you going for?
More than at least 2 months.
Okay, so a couple of months.
Yes,
Did you have a round trip ticket or a one-way ticket?
one-way ticket.
And what, if anything, did they indicate about the online schooling that you were actively engaged in? Were you going to maintain your schooling?
Yes,
So their plan was to maintain that same schooling?
yeah,
Do you know what the time difference is to Iraq from Washington?
about 10 hours.
And was everyone going on that trip, to your knowledge?
No,
Who was not going on that trip?
my dad and my sister Henning.
And who was going on the trip? Does that mean everyone else was going on the trip?
Yes,
You've previously described your prior experience going to Iraq and feeling unsafe. Is that correct?
yes,
Did you have any concerns about returning back to Iraq?
yes,
And based on your prior experiences in Iraq, did you have concerns about being safe upon your return?
yes,
Did you have any concerns about your return to the United States afterwards?
yes.
And what concern did you have about returning to the U.S. afterwards?
Not returning at all.
Did you explain to your parents that you didn't want to go back?
No,
And why not?
because no matter what I say, it doesn't really change.
Okay. How would you describe your communication style with your parents and theirs with you?
Not good.
And when you say not good, do you have an open communication back and forth? Can you talk to your parents about those types of things?
No.
Fatima, do you recall, I want to, quick aside, do you recall participating in a hearing in March of this year where you were sworn in unrelated to this criminal case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall during the course of that hearing being asked a question about whether someone had contacted you, to which you indicated an answer that was not true and accurate?
Yes.
And do you recall during an interview with defense counsel earlier this year where you were asked about that question specifically?
Yes.
And when you were asked about that hearing, did you indicate to defense counsel that the hearing statement you had provided was not true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So on October 18th of this year, as I understand it, you didn't feel like you had a very open communication style with your parents. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment. Ms. Stoney said October 18th of this year.
Oh, apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. October 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay, last year. You indicated that you hadn't expressed those travel concerns for the reasons that you stated. Once you decided you didn't want to go back, did you make a plan about what to do?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, please, what that plan was?
To run away.
Okay. And how were you going to accomplish that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, on the morning of October 18th, 2024, tell me how that day started for you. What did you do that day?
I woke up at 4 in the morning.
And what did you do next?
I decided to pack up all my things and go out in the back door.
Okay. Did you take any money with you?
Yes.
Okay. How much did you take?
$100.
Okay. And whose money was that?
My mom's.
Okay. And you grabbed your things. You took $100 from your mom. You, what kinds of things? When you say you grabbed your things, what does that mean?
My clothes.
Okay. Anything else?
Hygiene stuff.
Okay. And where did you go?
To the bus stop.
And where did you go from the bus stop?
To Walmart and Safeway.
Okay. But why did you go to Walmart and Safeway?
Because school didn't start.
And when you say school, which school?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Why were you waiting for school to start?
So I can go there.
So you could what?
I can go there.
Okay. You've talked about, Fatima, where you didn't feel safe. Where did you feel safe?
In the school.
What happened next?
I was going to stop next to a bus stop next to the Safeway.
And then what happened?
Then my mom or my sister found me in the car,
Then what did you do?
ran the other direction.
Okay. And what happened next?
I waited and I took a little break because I was tired.
And then what?
I went to the other side so they wouldn't see me.
And when you say the other side of what?
Like not near Safeway at all, like somewhere they cannot see where I'm going.
Okay. And what happened next?
I was waiting for the bus and then I went further away.
And then what?
After I went further away, I was trying to come up with a plan or something so I can get to the school on time.
Okay. And what did you do after you had some time to kind of come up with a plan? Where did you go next?
I went into the bus and then I went straight to the school.
And when you say the school, are we still talking about Timberline High School?
Yes.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes.
And what happened? Well, first of all, what time does school start?
7:30.
And where did you go when you got there?
I went straight to a classroom.
And whose classroom was that?
Mr. Thomas.
Who is Mr. Thomas? What does he teach?
History.
Had you had class with Mr. Thomas before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know any students in that class as well?
Yes.
Who did you know in that class? And what did Mr. Thomas do?
He told me he couldn't help me.
Okay. And did you, what period is that?
First period.
Okay. And after you spoke with Mr. Thomas, did he give you anything?
He gave me some food.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
To the counselor's office.
Okay. And when you left Mr. Thomas's class and you went to the counselor's office, where is the counselor's office?
Downstairs.
Okay. And who is the counselor?
Miss Robinson.
Miss Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And she is the school counselor?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Miss Robinson then from your time there?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Miss Robinson?
Yeah.
Without repeating anything that you said to Miss Robinson, what happened next?
Eventually I had a place to stay and I had to wait until school was over.
Okay. Did you tell her what was going on?
Yes.
Did you tell her what you were afraid of?
Yes.
And when you say you got a place to stay, did she assist you in getting that place to stay?
Yes.
Okay. Did she provide you with any additional items for the purpose of getting you set up in that place to stay?
Yes.
What kinds of items?
A blanket and a computer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was on it.
Computer.
Computer, I believe she said.
Thank you.
And
Is that correct, computer?
Yes.
were you trying to still do your online classes?
Yes.
And then how long did you stay at the school?
I don't know.
So did you stay until school ended or?
Oh, I thought you meant
That's okay.
I stayed until school was over.
Okay. And do you recall what time school lets out?
Ends at 2 o'clock.
And what happened when school let out? Where did you go when school let out? When all the bells ring, I'm assuming there's bells. When the bells ring and everyone's in the mass exodus, where do you go?
I went to the bus stop.
And where was Miss Robinson at this time?
She was leading me outside.
Okay. Did you see Isaiah at any point during the day?
Yes.
Where did you see Isaiah?
I saw him coming out from the front of the door, and then I was waiting on him.
Okay. And when you say the doors, which doors to the building?
The front
Front doors?
doors.
Okay. So were you with Miss Robinson then at the time that you met up with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she started walking you to the bus stop. Did she go all the way to the bus stop with you?
No.
Or where did she leave you at?
Right in the front of the doors.
Okay. And did anyone walk with you to the bus stop then?
Yes.
Who did? And why were you going to the bus stop?
So I can get to the place where I can stay at.
Okay. Is this a nonprofit location?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told your parents during this where you were going?
Not at that moment.
And as you're walking to the bus stop, well, let me back up. What are you dressed on this day? What are you wearing?
A hoodie and some black pants.
A hoodie and some black pants.
Yes.
Did you have any hats or masks with you?
Yes, I had my hood on and I had a beanie and a mask on.
And when you say mask, what kind of mask?
Like a COVID mask.
a COVID mask?
Yes.
Were you wearing them as you walked to the bus stop, or had you taken them off?
I was wearing them.
Okay. At some point, did you take them off?
Yes.
When did you take them off?
When my dad was talking to me.
Okay, so as you're walking to the bus stop, what's happening around you? Are there kids? Is there traffic? Is it empty? What does the area look like?
Really busy.
Really busy? Okay.
I need you
And
to verbally respond. You shook your head, but if you could give a verbal response, please.
I apologize.
no, you're okay. So is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And remember that the reason, and we talked about it, right? The reason is because we have a court reporter. She has to write down everything we say. So if you nod, she can't write down a nod. If you say mm-hmm, she can't write down an mm-hmm. We don't know what that means. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're walking to the bus stop, what's happening next?
I saw my dad's truck
And when you say you saw your dad's truck, where? Where did you see that?
in the parking lot.
Was it parked? Was it driving? What was it doing?
It was just parked
Okay. And where in relation to you was the truck?
next to the bus stop.
Okay. What kind of truck does your dad have?
Gray Ram truck.
Do you recall what you were wearing underneath your dark hoodie, your black hoodie or dark hoodie, and those black pants at the time?
Yes.
What was that?
A pink shirt.
Do you remember what Isaiah was wearing?
No, but I know that he was wearing something black.
Okay. You just remember that it was black.
Yes.
Where is that bus stop for the school in relation to the school itself?
Next to the high school's sign.
And is that bus stop for a school district bus, a city bus, or something else?
A city bus.
And for Turner?
You may.
Fatima, I'm going to give you what's been marked and admitted as States Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done and ready, okay? Fatima, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are those?
It's the bus stop and the school.
Okay. And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you, okay? May I publish, Honor?
You may.
Give it a sec. Okay. Fatima,
Can you please indicate which exhibit you have published?
yes, Your Honor. So I'm showing you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 1. When you are looking at this, may I approach with the clicker?
Yes.
If you push this button, you see the little cursor on there? That will move it around, okay? So you can find out what I'm asking. There's a little bit of a delay, so just give it a second. There you go, okay?
Fatima, when you said you left from the front doors of Timberline High School, where on the map here are we looking at on States Exhibit 1?
Right
And you're
there.
pointing about the center, just above center of the map, is that correct? I was
Yeah.
a little finicky. Okay. And when you said you walked across the parking lot to the bus stop, which direction did you go? And did you follow that trail or that pathway down the middle? It looks like it's almost dissecting the map through the parking lot, connecting to Mullen Road and the bus icon.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. And Fatima, what are we looking at here? What is this a photograph of?
A zoom in of the parking lot.
Okay. And so when you were traveling from the front doors of the school to the bus stop, which direction are you going based on the parking lot here? How did you travel?
So we need you to please try and verbally describe and use the pointer, okay?
Okay. I was going the sidewalk. I was just following the trail.
Okay, so where the crosswalks are marked on the map with the trail, the crosswalks are marked on the map with the sidewalk that's top to bottom of the photo, about a third of the way over from the left-hand side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you first remember seeing your dad, where was your dad's truck when you first remember seeing it?
He was on my right and he was near to the bus stop.
Okay, so you pointed out about center left of the photograph, him parked in one of those side lots. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did his truck stay there or did his truck move, if you remember?
His truck moved
And do you remember where his truck moved to?
to the front of the bus stop.
Okay, and so now you've pointed towards the bottom left-hand side of the photograph, to the parking lot slots that are almost right directly next to the bus stop. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who saw your truck first? Did you see it, or did Isaiah see it, or did both of you see it?
I saw it.
Okay. And what happened? What do you think when you saw your dad's truck?
We didn't think it was his truck.
Okay, so when you say you saw your dad's truck, but you didn't think it was his truck, what do you mean?
Hoping for the best.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then. Did you think it was his truck, but you were hoping it was not?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you hoping it wasn't your dad's truck?
Because I was afraid.
Okay. So what did you do based on the information of seeing your dad's truck?
Kept walking.
Okay. And what happens next?
I was at the bus stop.
And when you get to the bus stop, are there kids at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many kids, if you know, or can estimate?
At least 10 and above.
And is your dad at the bus stop when you get to the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens next?
He started talking to me.
Okay. And what happens while he's talking to you?
I was just trying to wait for the bus.
Okay. And what do you mean you're just trying to wait for the bus? Are you communicating back with him?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you two communicating?
Calmly but intense.
Okay. Where is the first time, when you get to the bus stop, where do you first see your dad? Like there at the bus stop or within the vicinity of the bus stop?
He was behind the high school sign.
Okay, so the high school sign, the actual Timberline High School sign, is
Yes.
that correct? Where is the sign? If I'm looking at the bus stop, where is the sign? Is it to the left of the bus stop or to the right of the bus stop?
Behind.
Behind? Okay. And while you're standing there, your dad walks up. How does that conversation start?
With my name.
Okay. Is it initially calm? Is it initially not calm? Is it initially quiet, loud? What does the initial start of that conversation look like between the two of you?
Calm.
Calm. What about volume? Loud, soft, something else?
Soft.
Does that, the tenor of that conversation change? Does the volume and interaction between the two of you change as that conversation progresses?
To me.
What's that?
To me, it was different.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
I felt the energy and the intensity.
So it felt like it got more intense?
Yes.
Could you tell if other kids were noticing that this conversation was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is your dad, if you know?
He's in his 40s.
Okay. Do you know how tall or heavy he is?
No.
Okay. Is he bigger than you?
Yes.
And when you were talking, did you talk back to your dad? Meaning during the course of the conversation, was he just talking at you and you were waiting for the bus? Or did you engage back with him and speak back with him?
I talked back.
Okay. And was that in English, Arabic, or something else?
Arabic.
And what were you telling him?
I didn't want to go back home.
And did he accept that?
No.
And as this conversation is going, is your dad getting louder or quieter or something else?
He didn't get louder.
Okay.
He didn't get quieter either.
Okay. And what about his demeanor or mood? Was he happy and relaxed or something else?
He looked frustrated.
Sure. Was your dad aware that people were recording?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because he told me.
Okay. Was he smiling during the conversation with you?
A little bit.
Okay. And have you seen your dad smile before?
Yes.
Okay. You said earlier he didn't seem happy, but you've said he's smiling. How do those two things both exist?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'll ask that a different way. So you said he's smiling. Was it a happy smile?
No.
And tell me what you mean by that.
He looked mad while he was smiling.
So he looked like he was mad, but he was smiling more as he got angry?
Yes.
Does your dad speak both Arabic and English?
Yes.
And as this conversation is continuing, where is Isaiah?
Beside me.
Is he doing or saying anything?
Just comforting me.
And what does that mean when you say comforting me?
He was patting my back.
Did you have any kind of updates about where the bus was? Like, meaning, did you know if the bus was coming? Could you see the bus? Or were you still no idea where the bus is at this point?
I knew that the bus was coming.
And how would you describe the distance between you and your dad physically as this conversation is happening?
Can you explain it in a different way?
Sure. Were you standing on one side of the bus stop and he's still over by the sign? Are you standing super close to each other, something farther away, or something else entirely? How would you describe the distance between you and your dad during that conversation?
It was not too close, but not too far. And every time when I back away, he comes closer.
Okay. Did he comment at all about Isaiah patting your back?
Yes.
What did he say about Isaiah patting your back?
that he was getting really upset about it.
Okay. Did he have any concerns about how close Isaiah was standing to you?
Yes.
And what were those concerns that he expressed? I mean, what did he say about it?
He didn't say anything. I just knew that he looked really upset that I was standing by him.
Okay. So what happens next? After you're having this conversation, Isaiah is patting your back, your dad's getting frustrated, and I believe you said he was getting mad. He's smiling more, but you know he's getting mad instead. What happens next?
The bus came.
Okay. What happens when the bus comes?
I tried to go to the bus.
And then what happens?
My dad grabbed my hoodie.
And what happened next?
I don't remember.
Okay. So your dad grabs your hoodie. Does he say anything?
Yes.
And what did he say?
My daughter
Okay. Where is Isaiah during this?
beside me.
Okay. Is Isaiah still patting your back, or is Isaiah doing something different?
Trying to push my dad away.
Okay. And this is after your dad has grabbed your hoodie?
It
Or
was
while-
during.
Okay. I know you said you don't remember much, so let me ask a couple of specific questions, okay? Let's take it in some bite-sized chunks. At the time your dad makes contact with you and grabs your hoodie, are you standing up, sitting down, lying down, or something else?
I was standing up.
Okay. And when your dad grabs you, is he still talking quietly, or is he louder at this point?
Louder.
And after your dad grabs your hoodie, let's go through some of the senses. What's the next thing you remember seeing? What are some of the images that you remember seeing?
I was seeing my hand reaching my neck.
When you said you saw your hand reaching your neck, okay. Do you remember if it was light out or dark out?
Light.
And why is your hand reaching for your neck?
Because I knew my dad was choking me.
Okay. When you say you remember seeing your hand reach for your neck, do you remember if it was the palm of your hand, the back of your hand, or something else?
The palm.
Okay. And do you have any other images that you remember during this period of time?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I saw darkness at first.
Okay. And when you say you saw darkness, what else do you remember?
Another
Seeing? Any
image.
images that you remember seeing?
I saw Isaiah and a friend standing above me.
You saw Isaiah and a friend standing above you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything else?
I saw a lady holding a phone.
Did you know her?
No.
Are you sure about the order of events in which these images are that you remember, or just images?
It was just images.
Okay. Do you remember when you see these things, if you're standing up, lying down, sitting down, or something else?
Some of them were lying down, some of them were standing up.
Okay. In terms of what you remember when you're lying down, which ones do you remember seeing while you're lying down?
The one where I'm reaching for my neck and the one where Isaiah and a friend was above me.
Okay. And you said you remembered seeing your hand reach for your neck because your dad was choking you. How do you know that? Meaning, what were you feeling to tell you that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Where was your dad when your dad was choking you?
Behind me.
So what's the next thing that you remember feeling, either touching you or that you were touching?
I'm not quite sure, but I just knew that my dad was choking me.
Okay. Did you feel arms around your neck?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember feeling or touching anything else?
Yes.
What do you remember feeling or touching?
The dirt on my face.
Okay. And was there dirt on your face while your dad's arms were on your neck?
Yes.
Were you speaking or breathing or saying anything?
No.
What about air? Could you feel the ability to breathe?
No.
Did you have any pain?
Yes.
And where was that pain?
On my neck.
Okay. When you felt the dirt on your face, do you remember seeing anything while you felt the dirt on your face?
No.
Were you on the ground or standing up?
I was on the ground.
And is your dad still choking you at this point?
Yes.
Do you know how long this went on for?
No.
How long did it feel like it was going for?
Sustained.
Did it feel long or short?
Long.
And when you say you could feel, well, let me back up. What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
I'm dying.
Okay. Are you saying anything?
No.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for break.
Ask the bailiffs to come forward. It's time for our afternoon recess, so we'll have a break for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Fatima, so when we left off, you had talked about some of the fears that you had. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember hearing during this time? What are some of the things that you remember hearing?
I don't remember hearing anything during the time.
Okay. Do you remember hearing voices at any point during this process?
When I woke up,
Okay, and what do you remember hearing when you woke up?
my mom,
What do you remember hearing your mom say?
my daughter,
Do you know where your mom is when you're hearing this?
behind me,
Okay. And what is your mom doing behind you?
holding on to me,
I'm sorry.
I can't hear that.
holding on to me,
She's holding on to you. Where do you feel her holding on to you?
my chest and my neck.
Do you know how you went from your dad's arms around your neck to your mom's arms around your chest and neck?
No.
Fatima, this may sound like a obvious question. Is this a normal way for your parents, either of them, to hold you or comfort you?
I don't know.
Meaning, let me ask this a different way. Is this how your parents have held and comforted you before? Do they normally put their arms around your neck?
No.
Does that include your mom?
Yes.
What is the next thing that you remember after you described yourself as waking up? What do you mean by waking up?
Regain consciousness.
Okay. So did you lose consciousness during this event?
Yes.
Do you know how many times? Was it once, more than once, or something else? If you remember.
At least 4 times.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember seeing when you wake up? What do you see around you?
The bush.
You see bushes or the bush?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that when your mom is on you or at a different time?
When my mom is on me.
Okay. Are you talking to your mom or trying to talk to your mom?
Trying to talk to my mom.
And what are you trying to tell her?
That I didn't want her arm around my neck.
Okay. Are you able to breathe?
A little bit.
A little bit? Could you breathe fully at that point?
No.
How would you describe your mom's size compared to you?
A bit bigger.
Do you remember if you're standing, lying, or sitting down at this point?
Sitting down.
Fatima, how would you describe your awareness of your environment around you at this time?
A lot of yelling.
I'm sorry?
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling. How are you feeling?
Scared.
Okay. How would you describe your physical feeling? Do you feel like your normal self or something else?
Something else.
And what is that something else?
Hurt.
Okay. What happened next after you're trying to ask your mom or tell your mom to let go of you? What happens next that you remember?
Isaiah was trying to pull me.
Isaiah was trying to pull you?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens?
I was trying to get up.
When you're trying to get up, what happens when you try and get up?
I couldn't get up.
You couldn't get up? And then what?
Well, then you didn't respond to that last one when she said you couldn't get up.
Could you not get up?
I couldn't get up, yes.
Okay. And then what happens?
Eventually I got up and I tried to walk away.
Okay. How would you describe your legs working at that point?
Weak.
Okay. Do you remember whether you saw your sister at all at any point?
Yes.
Okay, where was your sister?
She was holding on to me.
She was holding on to you? Holding on to what?
My sleeve.
And what, if anything, or what communications, if any, are you having with your sister?
I didn't have any communications.
Okay. Were you doing anything? What were you trying to do during this period of time? You're standing up, your sister's got your sleeve. Where is Isaiah? Where is everyone?
I was trying to let her let go of me.
Okay. And what happens next?
She let go, and then I started running
Okay. And where were you running?
to the school.
Why were you trying to get away from your mom and your sister?
Because I was afraid.
Okay. Do you remember if your mom ever spoke to you in either Arabic or English to ask you if you were okay?
No,
No, you don't remember, or no, she did not?
I don't remember, and I don't think she did.
Does your mom speak English to any extent?
A little bit.
Are you aware whether she has communicated or communicates with your teachers or school in English?
Yes.
Fatima, based on your recollection of that day and your experience, would you have been able to get away from either of your parents without help from Isaiah or others that were present on scene?
I could not get help if I was alone.
Okay. Were either of them holding on to you with your consent?
No.
Do you know what happened after Isaiah helped you get away from your mom? You said you ran to the school. Where's Isaiah during this?
Running with me.
Where is your mom and or your dad or Haneen?
I didn't know where my dad was, but my mom was following me.
Okay. What did that look like?
What do you mean?
Like when you say following, were you guys running? Were you walking? Something else?
I was running and she was walking.
And where did you go?
To the school.
And where in the school?
In the front.
And did you go inside the school?
Yes.
Okay. Where inside the school?
Straight to the office.
Okay. Do you remember who was at the office?
The front desk and Miss Robinson.
And when you say the front desk, are there people that work at the front desk?
Yes.
Okay. Male or female?
Female.
Did you tell them anything when you got there?
Yes.
And what did you say when you walked in?
He was trying to kill me.
And how did you feel physically? Did you have any pain anywhere?
Yes.
And where did you feel pain?
My throat.
In your throat?
Yes.
Okay. Anywhere else?
My body felt weak.
Christina, have you seen any videos of the events in this case?
Only one.
And what video was that? Do you remember?
I think it was a kid holding, recording.
A kid's video?
Yes.
Do you know who took that video?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any video footage of any of the, any bus? Or are you aware if there's any video footage of this incident from a bus camera?
I'm aware.
Okay, have you actually seen it?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 5 through 20. I'm going to ask you to look at these silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please. I recognize that they are in backwards order. Fatima, have you ever seen those before?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Have you ever seen those photographs before?
No.
Okay. I'm going to take them back from you. Fatima, based on your review of State's Exhibits 5 through 20, are you depicted in these photographs? Meaning, can you see yourself in these pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you first State's Exhibit 7, Fatima. And I'm going to move it over so we're looking at the right-hand side of that photograph as it adjusts itself. I know it's a little blurry just because of the pixelation. Do you see yourself in this photograph as it comes? There we go.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And where do you see yourself in the photograph? Do you still have the pointer by you?
Yes.
Okay, if you can point that out with the cursor, and then we'll describe where you're pointing. Is that you bent over?
Yes.
Okay. And we're looking at the, I would say, right-hand side, fourth quarter, right-hand side, about center of the page. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is to the right of you in the black hoodie and the pants, the jeans?
Isaiah.
Okay. And who has a hold of you next to you in that photograph?
My dad.
Okay. States and Fatima, do you see where you're located in this photograph here?
Yes.
Where are you located in that photograph?
On the ground.
So you're already on the ground at that point?
Yes.
And who is standing there with the Nike backpack?
Isaiah.
Okay. And who is holding on to Isaiah in this photograph?
My dad.
Okay.
And the witness did use the pointer to point out what she identified as herself, which is just below mid-center.
Thank you. And that whole grouping is still in that same area with you, is that correct? Mid right-hand side of the photograph and just below mid-center?
Yes.
Okay. Fatima States Exhibit 10. And we're looking at the bottom right-hand corner of that photograph. Where are you, ma'am?
Leaning over.
Okay. And States
The
Exhibit.
witness used the pointer to point out who she identified as herself in the lower right quarter of the exhibit.
States Exhibit 11. Looking again at the bottom right-hand corner of that exhibit. Where are you?
Standing.
Okay. And you've got the cursor over top of your face. Are those your dad's hands on you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And States Exhibit 12. Where are we looking at here?
My dad is grabbing a hold on to me and I'm bent over.
Okay. And is Isaiah touching or near you in this photograph?
No.
Okay.
And the witness used the cursor to identify herself on the right-hand side, just right of middle.
And Fatima, States Exhibit 15. We're looking at the right-hand side, center of the page. Do you see yourself in there? Do you know where you are in that photograph?
I do.
Where are you, ma'am?
On the ground.
And can you see your shoes in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
And the witness used the cursor to identify where she was at on the ground in the same area where the other people are congregated.
Thank you. Fatima, do you remember, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16. And we're looking again, right-hand side of the photograph, center of the photograph. Do you see the individual in the orange vest?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual in the orange vest?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him at any point during that?
No.
Okay. States Exhibit 17. Looking at this photograph, do you see the individual right in the middle of the screen, running across, crossing the street, right in the middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that individual at any point during these events?
No.
What happened when you got to the office?
They took me to a room,
Who took you to a room?
the counselor and Isaiah.
Okay. Do you see your mom again after you've left her or run from her at the bus stop?
No.
What happens next when you're in that room?
The fire department came.
Okay, did the police come?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Did you talk to the fire department?
Yes.
Did they do any kind of examination on you?
Yes.
Okay. Once you got to the office, what kind of injuries were you able to notice about yourself once you sat down?
My hand was scratched up and my neck was so sore. And I felt the scratches on my neck.
Okay. Did you have any indications that you'd been on the ground on you?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Earlier you described feeling dirt on your face. Did you still have dirt on your face?
Yes.
Okay. What did your voice sound like? Any changes?
It was really soft.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You are kind of a soft speaker anyway. So how was that different from how you sound now?
Like, I can hardly speak and it was hard for me to talk.
Okay. Did you have any burning?
Yes.
Where did you have burning?
On my throat.
Did you have any bruises?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you have any pain on the outside of your throat? You described pain on the inside of your throat. Did you have any pain on the outside of your neck?
Yes.
Where was that?
A lot of swelling.
And after fire checked you out, where did you go?
To the hospital.
Okay. How long were you at the hospital?
2 days.
And were there any limitations on what you could or could not do at the hospital in terms of food or water?
I couldn't eat for a day.
Okay. And was that the doctor's recommendation that you not eat for a day?
Yes.
And what about when you were allowed to start, did that apply to liquid too, if you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And what about when you were allowed to start eating and drinking? How did that feel?
Really sore.
And do you recall if photos were taken of you prior to you going to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who took those photos?
No, but I know it's a lady.
It was a lady that took them.
Yes.
What about while you were at the high school? Do you remember if anyone took photos of you at the high school?
I don't think so.
Okay. Or if you do, they did, you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Fatima, do you know if your mom was allowed to be on school property?
Yes.
And was she allowed to be on school property?
No.
Did your mom tell you if she was not allowed to be on school property?
Yes.
Your mom talked about that with you?
Yes.
And what did your mom say about being on school property?
That I couldn't go either.
That what?
That I couldn't go to school either.
That because she couldn't go, you couldn't go either?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether a trespass letter was provided to your mom?
Yes.
Were you there when it was provided to your mom?
Yes.
Was anyone else there when that letter was provided to your mom?
My sister and my dad.
Okay, and your sister is,
Janine.
okay. Do you remember who provided that letter to your mom?
A cop.
Okay. Do you remember if it was a male or a female officer?
A male.
Okay. Does Haneen speak English?
Yes.
Okay. Does she speak English better than your mom?
Yes.
And does she help your mom sometimes with English as well?
Yes.
Do you know, did your mom ever talk to you about whether she was allowed to have contact with Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if your mom had ever been to the school before, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And how often did your mom come to the school?
A lot.
Okay. So it wasn't an unfamiliar location, is that fair?
Yes.
Had your sisters gone to that school also?
Yes.
And based on your observations of your mom, would your mom have been comfortable enough communicating with school staff in English?
Objection, also.
Sustained.
Based on your observations with your mom, had your mom ever communicated with school staff in Arabic?
In Arabic?
Right, did the schools talk to your mom in Arabic?
No.
Did your mom talk to school staff in English?
Yes.
Did she ever have Haneen come do that for her, or did she do that herself?
Henning came and did that for her
Every time or sometimes?
sometimes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. So Fatima, I have a few questions to clarify for you. You talked about, I guess, leaving Timberline High School in late September, early October, right?
Yes.
And you went to online school.
Yes.
Before you went to online school, you went and had a meeting with the school district, right?
Yes.
And one of the issues that you were having going to school is that you were not attending, correct?
Yes.
Question relevance. Overruled.
And so you went to a meeting in the school district with your mom and your sister Haneen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that meeting, it was decided that online school might be better for you. Is that right?
Can you repeat that for me?
At the meeting with the school district, it was decided that online school might be better for you. One of the reasons is because you were not attending in person.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the reasons you weren't attending in person was because you didn't get your 504 plan that you were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you were decided to do online school so you could be at home and make sure that you did your work, right?
I didn't decide.
Okay, but that's what was the decision that was made between your mother and the school district.
Yes.
Okay. One of the other issues that you addressed at that meeting with the school district was that you were planning, your mother told them to travel to Iraq for an extended period of time. Is that right?
No.
Now, when I talked to you a couple months ago, you said that that meeting you discussed going to Iraq. Do you remember that?
With my mom?
And the school district.
No.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 525. And I'm going to have
Mr.
you...
Kading, I would appreciate it if you would request permission to approach the witness with exhibits.
Terribly sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Fatima, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit, or excuse me, Defendant's Exhibit 525. And this was from May 1st, 2025, page 73. And if I could have you read for me, to yourself, lines 5 through 21, please. Okay, 73. Page 73. Okay? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about you going to Iraq, right?
Yes.
And wasn't one of the things discussed at your meeting with the school district and your mother, your travel to Iraq?
It wasn't with the school district.
Pardon me?
It wasn't with the school district.
Okay. When we were talking, you said that you were going to be changing schools and you had trouble with attendance at Timberline. You said yes, right? Your next answer was not just that, it was also to go to Iraq. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you were changing schools, going online because of attendance problems.
Yes.
You were also going to attend school from Iraq online, right?
I'm kind of confused here.
Okay. What's confusing? I asked you, did you talk about doing school in Iraq?
I didn't talk to the school district. I talked it with my mom.
Okay. And you discussed doing school online with her
Yes. And
so that you could do that while you were in Iraq
yes.
for an extended period of time.
Yes.
So you knew about the trip to Iraq.
Not at that moment.
You talked about it doing school in Iraq, but you didn't know about the trip to Iraq.
Not at that moment. I didn't know what day.
Okay, you didn't know the exact day,
Yes.
but you knew the trip was planned.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you started to do the online school at the beginning of October, and you stayed in online school until the 18th of October. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when on the 18th of October, 4 o'clock in the morning rolled around, you decided that you didn't want to go to Iraq, right?
Yes.
Prior to that point, at 4 o'clock in the morning on the day you were scheduled to leave, you had not discussed that with your parents, had you?
I did not discuss that.
Okay, so you made a decision at 4 a.m. just to run away,
No, not at 4 a.m.
okay? So you made the decision prior to that,
Yes.
okay? So you'd been thinking about it,
Yes.
okay? And you didn't discuss that with anyone?
Yes.
Didn't discuss it with Haneen,
I did not.
or your mother,
Yes.
or your father?
Yes.
Okay. So, you said earlier in your testimony that you found out from you overheard your mother talking with your aunt about going to Iraq.
Yes.
When was that?
I don't know what day.
Okay. Was that before the online school or after the online school?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you were going to Iraq, you were traveling with your mother
Yes.
and your sister Nora
Yes.
and your 2 younger brothers.
Yes.
Your father was staying at home to work,
Yes.
and Haneen was staying at home to work and go to school, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you left home at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 18th, did you plan to stay at home while your mom was gone?
Can you repeat that for me?
When you left home at 4 o'clock in the morning, did you expect to stay at home when your mom was gone?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't have a plan at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Now, your dad was gone 14 hours a day at work, right?
Yes.
And Haneen was gone to school and to work, right?
Yes.
Because that would have left you home alone, right?
Yes.
And that's part of the reason you were scheduled to go to Iraq, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because your parents didn't want you home alone, did they?
Yes.
So, you also said earlier during your direct testimony that you felt safe at school,
Yes.
but you didn't go to school very often, did you?
Yes.
You skipped a lot of school.
Yeah.
Okay. During the course of the day on the 18th, when you were in touch with the school, did you ever think to call your parents and tell them where you were?
Can you repeat that for me?
When you were at school on the 18th, did you ever think to call your parents and tell them where you were?
No.
And was that because you were concerned that they would be unhappy with you?
Yes.
You said when your dad came to the school that he looked, well, you said you were talking with him in a calm manner at first, right?
Yes.
And that he got more upset when you were telling him that you weren't coming home, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you had made that decision not to go home without consulting with your parents at all, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you talked to Isaiah about that as well?
No.
Okay. But when you were at school, you were talking with your dad, Isaiah was standing right there.
Yes.
And he began pushing your dad at some point.
I don't recall.
Okay, you said that Isaiah was standing next to you, he was patting you, which was making your dad upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Isaiah was putting himself between you, right?
No.
He was not putting himself between you?
Can you please repeat that for me?
Was Isaiah standing between you and your father
No.
at any point?
Oh, not that I remember.
Now, you mentioned too to the prosecutor when they were asking you that you have previously testified in a court hearing, is that right?
Yes.
And you were placed under oath at that time, right?
Yes.
And when you were placed under oath, you gave answers that were not true?
Yes.
And so you knowingly did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something, do you lie often?
No.
Do you lie when you get upset?
No.
You lie when you think people are going to get mad at you?
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody's going to be upset, you might lie to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have a short break, please?
Members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask that the bailiffs come forward and take you back to the jury room for about a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Please be seated. And Mr. Kading, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, Fatima. Now, one other thing, you had indicated on direct examination that there was no return flight from Iraq, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that not because your mom was going there to get your brother's passports?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking to me on May 1st?
Yes.
And we talked about that issue?
I don't remember that.
Let me hand you exhibit 525. Your Honor, sorry, may I approach the witness
Yes.
with exhibit 525? Miss Ali, if I could have you read lines 6 through
What page?
14 of page 74. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Retrieve the document. So, Miss Ali, one of the points of going to Iraq was to get your brother's passports, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was so that they could travel to Iraq without having to get visas in the future, right?
Yes.
And you and the rest of the family already had your Iraqi passports, right?
Yes, an old one.
Right. And so your mom didn't know how long it was going to be for those passports to get made, did she?
I don't know that.
Action speculation.
Sustained.
Did you talk to your mom about that?
No.
Okay. Just one final question. Then you said that you didn't communicate well with your parents, right?
Yes.
And was that because you often didn't tell them things?
Sometimes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. If you had to say whether you were closer to your mom or your dad, is it correct in saying you're closer to your mom?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
So if I asked you, are you closer to your mom or your dad, you would say that you're closer to your mom. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about October 18th, the day of this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was a Friday,
Yes.
and that there was a trip planned later that afternoon, right?
Yes.
And you had made a decision at some point before that to not make yourself available for that trip, correct?
Yes.
And so that was kind of the point of running away that particular day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your parents had a pretty good idea of kind of what you had at your disposal. And let me explain that question. For example, they knew that you didn't have a cell phone at the time, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you that you raise your voice just a little bit because you're very soft-spoken, okay? You weren't working at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you probably didn't have a lot of savings, right?
Yes.
And by your own account, you didn't necessarily have a plan as to where to go, right?
Yes.
And so you left at 4 o'clock in the morning, and did you set an alarm?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. You shook your head yes.
I said yes.
Okay. And I will say that this is true for every witness in terms of having to be corrected as to yes or no. All right, so you had so when you went to bed on the 17th, you had a plan. You're going to wake up essentially in the middle of the night, early morning, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you knew that at some point your parents are going to wake up and find you gone, right?
Yes.
Did you have your own bedroom?
No.
Who did you share a bedroom with?
My little brother,
Okay. And how old was the brother that you shared a bedroom with?
6 years old.
6 years old? Okay. And so was he a heavy sleeper?
A little bit.
And so you were able to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and not wake your brother up, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't say anything to your little brother when you left, fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So your parents wake up and at some point in the morning they figure out that you are gone, right?
Yeah.
Or at least that was what you would assume, fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't leave a note, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't like you had a car at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as they knew that you have just disappeared, right?
Right.
And they don't have any idea kind of where you are, correct? Correct? They don't know where you are, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, they wouldn't be able to track a cell phone, correct?
Right.
You didn't tell them where you were, right?
Yes.
And there's no note, right?
Yes.
So, you know, they may have ideas where you may be, but they don't necessarily know where you are, correct?
Yes.
And they don't know if you're safe, right?
Right.
Okay. You described kind of your mom as being worried at varying points in this day, correct?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
So, at times you've described her demeanor as worried about you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously about your condition at the school after this incident, right? You described her as worried at that point, right?
Yes.
You, earlier in the day, you indicated that you had seen, or you thought you may have seen either your dad, your mom, or your sister, or some combination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was right at the sidewalk in the road near the Safeway and Walmart
And this is before school?
before school.
Okay. And did you draw a conclusion as to whether they were searching for you at that point?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion? That they were searching?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at that point?
I didn't see anybody. I just saw cars.
Okay.
Familiar cars.
And was it one car?
No. No.
So what cars did you see?
My dad's and my mom's car.
Okay. And were they traveling together or in close vicinity or separate?
Close vicinity.
Okay. And were you able to see who was in the car?
No.
And do you think that they saw you based on the proximity to where you were?
Yes.
And your conclusion is that they may have seen you?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was to then hide, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was no verbal communication back and forth at all. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about this trip that you kind of learned about in the week or so beforehand, correct?
Yes.
And mom had a conversation with you about kind of what it made sense to pack, right?
Yes.
And was that a conversation that occurred in your room or somewhere else?
Downstairs.
Downstairs? Was anybody else present?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it's just you and mom having this, and mom's like, okay, we're gonna go on a trip to Iraq in the afternoon on Friday, the 18th. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay, what information were you provided?
To pack clothes.
Okay, for a trip to Iraq.
Yes.
And but you knew it was on Friday, the 18th, is that right?
Not by my mom.
Okay, and was that, you tell me, how did you find out it was on the 18th specifically?
From my sister Henning.
Okay, all right. And you believed that that was accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have talked about that you felt like it was to basically get you out of Olympia, correct?
Can you repeat that for me?
Like, they were taking you in part because they didn't want you to be with Isaiah. Is that one of the things you were suspecting?
Yes.
Okay. You've also talked about that your mom was kind of lonely, right?
Yes.
And she missed her sister, correct?
Yes.
And that was also one of the reasons for the trip.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have kind of the description of what happened at the school, and you're walking across the parking lot, and we saw you on exhibits 1 through 4 kind of show your path to the jurors, correct?
Yes.
And you saw it was a green truck, is that right?
A gray truck.
Oh, I'm sorry, a gray truck. My hearing is not as good as it once was. Okay, so a gray truck. And you saw it and you're thinking, could be my dad, I hope it's not my dad. Is that fair?
Yes.
And were you able to see inside the truck?
No, I avoided to see inside the truck.
Okay. And so, so you have no idea if the people in the truck saw you because you were kind of avoiding eye contact. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you then go to the bus stop and then you see or are told that your dad is approaching, correct?
Yes.
And so you're not surprised at this point because you were clued off as far as the gray truck, correct?
Yes.
And so at this point you have no idea whether your dad is with anybody at this point, correct?
Yes.
You don't see your mom, correct?
Yes.
And you don't see your sister Haneen, correct?
Yes.
Or your sister Noor?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then you talk about this conversation with your dad where you describe him as calm in terms of his voice, and he's having a conversation with you initially, correct?
Yes.
And did you see him walk up to you? Were you able to see him approach you?
No, I avoided that.
Okay. So somebody told you dad was coming and then you avoided? Is that what happened?
No, I just didn't look behind me.
Okay. And so at what point do you know that your dad, does he call out to you? Or at what point do you realize my dad is actually here?
When I turn around,
Okay. So you turn around and he's how far away from you?
right beside me,
Okay.
in
And
front of me.
Is it, okay, so you turn to him and and you're face to face having a conversation.
Yes.
And he didn't run up on you, correct?
Yes.
And didn't have his hands raised initially, correct?
Yes.
And he's just having a calm conversation with you, correct?
Yes.
And is that conversation in English, in Arabic, or a combination?
In Arabic.
Okay. And is that common for you?
With my parents?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're in the house, the primary language is the primary language Arabic?
Yes.
Is it almost exclusive when it's just family?
Sometimes we can speak English, but most of the time we're supposed to speak Arabic.
Okay. And so there was nothing about him speaking Arabic to you that was like, okay, I'm I'm in trouble because he's speaking to me in Arabic, whereas normally he speaks in English. It was just, this is a normal, how you would normally converse, correct?
Yes.
And if somebody was to watch kind of the initial approach, there was nothing that you've described as unusual about this approach. He didn't run to you, and he's not yelling at you initially. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we've heard you describe kind of how things kind of went downhill from there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the confrontation with your dad, correct?
Can you rephrase that for me?
So I'm just kind of breaking it up. So we started out by turning around and there was kind of a calm conversation in Arabic, correct?
Yes.
And then the conversation somewhat escalated, correct?
Yes.
And then there was some physical confrontation between Isaiah and your dad, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. And I should also just say, I appreciate you saying that you don't, what you don't remember, because all I want to talk about is what you do remember, okay? So you do remember a physical confrontation with you and your dad, correct?
Yes.
And that, as you described, is more of your dad's actions as opposed to you responding, fair?
Can you rephrase that for me, please?
So what you've described is you're not fighting with your dad.
Yes.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And so your dad has his arms around you, and you remember kind of your own hand coming up into view. You have a memory of that.
Yes.
Okay. And your memory, as you described, is kind of, you remember certain pieces. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, when the initial calm conversation started, you did not see your mom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't tell you mom's in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have no idea whether she is still driving somewhere else in Olympia in her car, fair?
Yes.
Okay. So then you are kind of, I'm just going back to my notes. You kind of have these images, a lady holding a phone, and you feel the dirt on your face. You've described that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall that you were speaking or that you were able to breathe, fair?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you then start to kind of regain consciousness, correct?
Yes.
And you suddenly realize that you are no longer in your dad's grasp. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're still somewhat on the ground, correct?
Yeah.
And your mom is behind you and has her arms around you, correct?
Yeah.
And she is saying, my daughter, correct?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many times she said that?
I don't remember.
Okay. You have described that you felt like your mom was trying to protect you from the chaos. Do you remember that?
Can you explain that to me?
Okay. It was a very chaotic event, correct?
Yes.
And that's just from what you remember, correct?
Yes.
And there are pictures that you have seen that the state, Heather Stone showed you, that kind of showed more than you remember. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that would appear to be very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people around, right?
Verbal response.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And you are at times standing, correct?
Yes.
And at times you were on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Times you were bent over, right?
Yeah.
And there's different positions with your dad, correct?
Yes.
And there appears to be a large number of students around attempting to intervene, correct?
Yes.
So somebody who's looking at this from the outside, a fair description would appear to be that this is a very chaotic event, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so you wake up, you're kind of seated on the ground?
I was like sitting and like kind of leaning down on the ground.
Okay. And your mom is behind you, right?
Yes.
And so your back isn't on the ground. Your legs and bottom may be sitting on the ground, but you're kind of bent at the waist. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And your mom is on the ground behind you with her arms around you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had a lot of pain at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Pain in your neck,
Yes.
pain in your throat.
Yes.
Okay. And you're somewhat confused at this point, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, I think Ms. Stone asked you how long this happened, or how long this was going on. And you said, I don't know, right?
Yes.
Which makes sense, right?
Right.
Okay. So you kind of were coming to, and you felt pain in your neck, right?
Yes.
And you didn't necessarily know what had happened, right?
Right.
And you wanted to communicate to your mom that your neck hurt, right?
Yes.
Because you were confused and in a position you had never been in before. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you then wanted to get words out to your mom to say, hey, my neck hurts, right?
Yes.
And you have described repeatedly that you were not able to tell your mom what you felt, right?
Yeah.
And that was because of the pain in your neck, correct?
Yes.
The difficulty swallowing,
Yes.
the raspy voice,
Yes.
and the fact that you were just kind of coming in and out, getting better, but coming out of consciousness. Fair?
Yes.
And you described that you didn't think that your mom was trying to hurt you.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You have shared with the police and with others that you felt like your mom wasn't trying to hurt you. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was what your conclusion was at the hospital when you talked to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about her being worried, particularly at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Scared?
Yeah.
Sad?
Yes.
The prosecutor said, was it normal for your dad to hold you that way? Was it normal for your mom to hold you that way? You had never been in anything like this before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, normal or not normal, your mom is just there holding you as you regain consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe her voice as she's saying, my daughter, my daughter?
Yelling?
Yelling?
Yeah.
Was she yelling at the other people, trying to have them stay away? Was she just yelling out loud?
I have no idea.
Okay. So we had a chance to talk with you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
On Zoom? Ms. Stone was there, I was there, Mr. Kading was there, and that was on Zoom, right?
Right.
And were you in the same room as Ms. Stone? As Heather?
Yes.
And then I was on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And so was Mr. Kading?
Yes.
Okay. And I think they've shown you some transcripts of various conversations. Do you remember telling me, when I asked you about the tone of my daughter, and you described the tone as sad?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let me... Okay. All right. So I'm holding Exhibit 525.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so this is the transcript from May 1st, okay? And I can show you the page if you'd like, but I'll have you go to page 55. And I put your name on just for sure.
Yes.
So what I'm looking at is start on line 19 and just read to the bottom of that page. And you said that you felt like she was saying it to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll have you turn to the next page. And I asked you about her tone on line 18 of 56, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. So 18, what was her tone like? Okay, and just read down from there. And when I asked you about her tone, was it loud? What was angry? And your answer was it was sad.
Yes.
And then at the top of that page, on line 7, I asked you, does your mom primarily speak English, Arabic, or a mixture? You remember that?
Yes.
And you said primarily Arabic, correct?
Yes.
And then you offered she doesn't know much English. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Would you say that her ability to speak English is better than her ability to read English? If you know.
Can you rephrase that for me, please?
Absolutely. So if somebody started speaking to your mom in English and then handed something written in English, from what you have observed, does she appear to understand English better when speaking or when she's reading it?
Speaking?
Okay. Does she read English?
No.
So it's not very long that your mom's holding you, correct?
I don't know.
I mean, fair enough. From when you kind of regained consciousness to when you started running to the school, we're talking about a pretty short period of time. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple minutes or less?
I woke up in her arms, so I have no idea.
So, and I'm speaking from the point that you woke up to the time that you started running away. How would you characterize that period of time?
Like about a couple minutes.
Okay. And then she went with you or toward the school, correct?
Yes.
But then she wasn't able to catch up to you, or did not catch up to you, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't see her again?
Yes.
Okay. I know we're up against the time. I just want to see if I can be done. I really appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, I'm going to ask the bailiffs to bring you forward. It's at the end of our day, and so we are going to be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just a couple of things. You probably think I'm like
All right, give you a little context while we switch gears. So we are going to go over to today's stream. Well, it was scheduled for
Two
today.
parents
It
face a
doesn't look like
jury
it's
over the attempted murder of
just yet. So let me see what I can find for us in the meantime. So I think it was supposed to start at 11 a.m. So we are right on track for day 3 of this trial. But it looks like we got a few, maybe like 30 minutes or so of downtime before that trial starts. So let me find us a little something to watch while we wait. Now, and this is where I was like, yeah, where is the dismemberment trial? Because so y'all remember we were watching what was her name? What was old girl name? I can't remember, but she was the coroner's. No, she was sleeping with the coroner at her job, and they ended up unaliving her husband, and they found him wrapped in like a tarp and bags and stuff in the lake, and they were talking about which jurisdiction it was in and stuff. Y'all, they sentenced the boyfriend the other day, so I do want us to watch that.
Answering my questions. Thank you.
I do want us to watch that, and I think it's on Law and Crime. Cause y'all know I love me a good full circle story. I love a good full circle. Kat is kind of live. Yep, Kat is live right now too, y'all. She's doing her Does Love Understand the Confrontation Clause? They're doing a YSL reunion recap. So she's over there. She's got that going on over there. Let's see. Y'all, it is, where is it? Live. All right, so he got sentenced, and we got to watch it. Because y'all remember Christopher pled out right before, on the first day of his trial. Christopher pled out. Megan, yes, KP, Megan was her name. And I think her dad like represented her or something, or her brother or something. But Christopher pled out day 1 of his trial. We never even got to do his trial. He took the plea that day. Or maybe it was his final hearing or something.
Your Honor, I passed up 2 more letters that I just received.
Trying to get us to a point where we cut the audio.
One is from Zach Rice, who was.
Swear the defendant, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Zimmercheck. How are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Doing well, thank you.
I'm doing well. Does the state wish to go first, or would the defense like to be heard first?
Your Honor, I think that obviously we would prefer to hear. We were just handed a copy of the 2 letters that you received as well, and I think they said Miss Savannah Rice would like to.
Yes.
And we're fine with that.
Let's go ahead and hear from the state and the victim's statement. Okay.
Okay, so just state your name. Say your name so the court reporter has it.
Savannah Rice.
Good morning, Ms. Rice.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I know you're nervous. I just want you to act like you're just talking to me, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor, for hearing my statement. I've had a lot of time to think about what happened, and that doesn't change any way that I feel about the sentencing of Chris Dontel. Chris may have had his family to worry about, but he also had my family to worry about the day he chose to continue being an accomplice. He hugged me as I cried and begged for my dad to come back. He told me it would be okay and that we would find my dad. He didn't tell me that we would find him dead. He could have told the cops what happened. He could have made the choice to do the right thing. I've ran dozens of scenarios through my mind. He could have went to the cops and ended this years ago, but he didn't. I will never forgive him for that because my siblings and I have lost our parents and our wives. We will never be able to live a normal life, and even more so, this has made it worse. Chris deserves maximum sentence possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice, I do want to tell you, I understand how hard this has been on you and your family. While I can't fathom the pain that you've suffered as a result of this, I just want to commend you for your strength, for being here, for being there for Ms. Jackson's trial. I know that takes a lot of strength, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does the state have anything else to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you just bear with me just for a moment. Let me take a look at these two letters. All right, thank you. Record will reflect that I have had a chance to read over two statements written by Mr. Zachary Rice and Mr. Kenneth Rice.
And Your Honor, I think you're probably used to me arguing vociferously at sentencing, but typically when one co-defendant testifies against another co-defendant, the state's position is that it's in Your Honor's discretion as to any sentencing.
I understand. Okay, Ms. Zimmercheck. I will say, Ms. Zimmercheck, you can go ahead, Stan. I was just going to tell you, thank you for emailing me the letters. I was able to take a look at each one of them in chambers and read through them, and I certainly appreciate that, being able to have the time to do that. But I'll go ahead and let you begin the presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may it please the court. And in an interest of time, I rarely have I come across a sentencing where I've had so much outreach of people wanting to show their support, which is why I sent that packet to Your Honor and the state so that you would have time and that we wouldn't have to waste time reading through all the letters. What I think, Your Honor, was interesting about those letters, not just the sheer volume, but just the diversity from which they came. We're talking about church people, professionals within the community, and then just normal, everyday people that you work with and servers. And so I wanted to point that out. I emailed these as well, Your Honor, but I would like to talk about them, the pictures that I sent as well. And Your Honor, the first picture was a picture of Chris and Megan right as she was, I'm sorry, I've got Megan on the brain, of Chris and Erica right while she was pregnant with their son. And Your Honor, what was telling about this picture and all of the times I've spent with the Dontels and getting to know them and getting to know their family is that, Your Honor, you can see in his eyes in that first picture, it's very, his eyes are a little bit clear, a lot different. That was right before this involvement with Miss Jackson occurred. Your Honor, all of the pictures that I have sent to you included what is really the essence of Chris, and that is being a father to his children. And the picture that after the birth of their children was another picture of Erica and Chris. And Your Honor, the difference between what you can see in Chris's eyes before he got involved with Megan Jackson and after, I think is telling. Your Honor, clearly, he has made some mistakes, and in the 42 years that he has been on this earth, I can assure you, he has, this is the biggest of the mistakes. And, Your Honor, he, just so I don't forget, 1,588 days are the total amount that he has been incarcerated.
1 second on that. Does the state have any objection to that number? Is that what y'all believe is the number?
Your Honor, I have not had a chance to calculate it. I typically believe that the Department of Corrections will verify anything.
Okay. Thank you, I'm sorry, Ms. Seaver.
No, you're fine, and I told them ahead of time, because there was a period that he was out, and so we had to go back and calculate those days. Your Honor, he, as you obviously am aware, he was arrested in November 19th of 2020, and that's how long this case has been going on. When I read those letters and listening to Ms. Savannah Rice, Your Honor, the underlying theme, of course, besides the tragic loss of Mr. Reg Rice, was the frustration of not knowing. And in fact, when Mr. Dontel did accept his responsibility for his part in this, we received a separate email from the family just thanking us for being able to close that door and move forward. And the frustration that I get from the family, and I completely understand in that length of time, goes back to Mr. Dontel being afraid, and rightfully so, of Megan Jackson, but not only for himself, for his family as well. Your Honor, I think it goes without saying, obviously, he had no criminal record prior to this, had never been involved in any problems before. And as you, I know that your law clerk was thorough and did sit through his testimony to hear what exactly he did. And even when they tried to impeach him with a little bit of the change from the plea transcript, it was because, Your Honor, after the plea, he was able to sit down and finally, after being told his family would be given protection, he was finally be able to fill in those extra things that he needed to fill in to really bring this together. And Your Honor, obviously being familiar with the case and the trial, I won't belabor the point, but, and you certainly read it in the letters, but the impact that Megan had on their lives, as in coming in, really connecting herself to the family and making it so intertwined with her life, Your Honor, is a reason that fear was legitimate. I can tell you that I am asking for probation, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that I do when I come to a sentencing is, especially in the different counties, I try to look at other disparages, other sentences that have been laid down in situations such as this. Your Honor, most recently I came across the case of Steve Morgan, who had just done 33 months of pretrial as opposed to the 4 years, 4 months and 1 week that Mr. Dontel has been doing. But he was sentenced to a time served with no probation in a case that was a murder case. He was the co-defendant. The body was dumped in the field. Testified against the co-defendant. It was State v. Land in August of 22. That person received a time served with no probation. Your Honor, we're asking that the court consider a probationary sentence based on a lot of the arguments that we have been making this whole time, but also when you go back and you look at the trial, the substance of getting the conviction of the person that took the gun, took that 22 and shot it in the locations of Mr. Rice's body that she shot them, it was clear that Megan Jackson had done this, Your Honor, and Mr. Dontel has been in so deep. Your Honor, he has always been employed. He came here from Missouri with his family. He's always, Maryland, and he's always had a job. He's always tried to make the right decisions. Like I said, coming into a situation like this, Your Honor, has really changed not only his perspective, but the choices that he was making. While in prison, or while in jail, he was diagnosed with being, with having a depressive disorder, Your Honor. But one of the things that was very frustrating in the multiple pretrial bond hearings and things that we had is that people kept saying that or the state kept insinuating that he was suicidal. I've gone through all of Mr. Dontel's records. He has been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, which I think is how we another reason we ended up making he made these terrible, terrible decisions. But Your Honor, there was never a history of any suicidal ideations. Another frustrating fact that Mr. Dontel kept encountering when he was attempting to get out on bond, like his co-defendant was, even though he violated that when they were first out together, the fact that she continued to remain out was incredibly frustrating to him. And every time we would come to a bond hearing, Your Honor, there would be issues such as the state received notice that he was trying to put a hit out on somebody. Your Honor, the state thoroughly investigated all of that. None of that came to fruition. I firmly believe, Your Honor, that the state was being provided information by his co-defendant to specifically keep him in there. She took that opportunity to drive by Mr. Dontel's house with his wife and kids to continue that fear and those threats to him, and that's exactly how he took them. But Your Honor, he has spent all of that time trying to work on himself. He has a strong support system, Your Honor, and I believe that Mr. Dontel himself has written and it's probably just easier for him to read because he's nervous, so I know he wants to address the court, but also his wife would like to address the court. Obviously, we've kept that number of persons down to a minimum, but we would ask that the court, then that's why we submitted all those letters, but we would ask that the court, do you hear from Erica Dontel at this time?
Your Honor, when Your Honor believes it's appropriate, I do need to correct a mischaracterization.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Dontel.
Good morning.
If you just state your name just for the record for me.
Erica Dontel.
All right, thank you. Happy to hear from you.
Thank you. My name is Erica Dontel. I'm Christopher Dontel's wife. On June 12, 2025, Chris and I spent our 10th wedding anniversary testifying against his co-defendant, Megan Jackson. For nearly 5 years, I've made the choice each and every day to stay married to Chris. Despite the murder charge, affair, selling, though it felt more like losing my dream home, severe depression and anxiety, financial hardship, and all while solo parenting and homeschooling our 2 kids in hopes of getting them the most normal life possible, I've stayed, and I would like you to understand why. The Chris that has been presented to you in this courtroom over the last few years is not the man I chose to marry and build a life with. While Chris and I have been married for 10 years, we've been together for nearly 15, just about half of my life. While Chris and I, the totality of the horrible and unimaginable events that have gotten us here today only took a matter of months. Chris was not simply caught up in a workplace affair, but instead Megan Jackson infiltrated all areas of our lives and became the literal antichrist to our family. Within 8 short months, Megan Jackson moved into our neighborhood and set her plan in motion with 2 goals in mind: end Chris and mine's marriage and rid herself of Greg Rice, only one of which she succeeded at. From day one of knowing Megan, she had perfectly curated a narrative to gain compassion from both Chris and myself. At the time, it was our understanding that Greg Rice was an abusive, drug-addicted pervert, and Megan sold that story to us every chance she got. Chris nor I had never met Greg, and from her stories, we felt we never wanted to. I believe everything she told us was a tactical move to allow her plan to move forward without a hitch. Megan sold both Chris and I on the idea that we were all friends, and she was willing to and ready to solve all of our problems. She used the economic crash caused by COVID to shower us with expensive gifts, food, and promises of my dream come true, a summer camp for kids here in the county. Life was going to be perfect, and she was going to be to thank for it, until it wasn't. Through her manipulation and a full stock of pricey alcohol, Megan used some challenges in our marriage that I had confided in her to present Chris with an escape from reality of the stresses of home and work. I'm not making excuses for Chris's behavior, but I feel the backstory is important to understand how we got here. Chris made choices that he's expressed to me that he deeply regrets and has been paying for ever since. I will not overlook his role and the damage his decisions have caused. But it's with every fiber of my being that I say, if COVID shutdowns had never happened, Chris would not be involved in this case at all. I do, however, believe Megan still would have found a way to do what she did to Greg. In January 2011, Chris and I had reconnected when we lived in Maryland, and we clicked instantly. He was hardworking, shared my love of baseball, and had the same overall goals and aspirations for life as I did, including our future plans of moving to Myrtle Beach. We often spent our time on the ball field playing trivia or sitting at the swing at the North Myrtle Beach Airport watching banner planes take off and land. Until November 2021, Chris and I had never been apart for more than a week and a half when he had to go away for training in 2015. We spent just about every single day for 10 years together. I know who Chris is. Chris is kind, helpful, caring, passionate, and enjoys pizza and karaoke, and though his songs may be questionable, but not always family friendly. But above all, Chris loves our kids more than life itself, and would give anything to be reunited with them. Over the years, I've been on many death calls with Chris, one of which was one of our first dates. Chris has always had such a gift for making people's worst moments a little easier. We often got letters or ran into family members from death calls that he worked, and every single one would go on about how compassionate and caring he was and about the difference he made in their lives at that time. Based on what I witnessed firsthand for 10 years, it's my belief that Chris felt he had no choice but to be involved how he was in this case. Megan threatened him, and she was dangerous enough that Chris's previous attorney advised him to continue communication with Megan out of fear of what she might do if she found out he was turning on her. This was confirmed by the said attorney over dinner with me, and we later sought new counsel. I find myself wishing every day that this was one big nightmare, but unfortunately it's reality. Chris is not the only one that has been punished for over the last 4 years. We've lost family members that never got a last hug or a goodbye from Chris. We've welcomed new family members by marriage and birth into the family that have never met him, and I underwent the entire process of selling our old home and buying a new one because I no longer felt safe with the co-defendant living street away. But most importantly, our kids have suffered. Very quickly, they lost close friends they had in Megan's kids, their dad, their home, their neighborhood friends, and the normalcy we had prior to October of 2020. Chris is an amazing father despite the poor choices he made over the few months when he was under the control of Megan. Our children were 5 and 2 when Chris's bond was revoked. Chris missed potty training our son, the loss of first teeth for both of our kids, daddy and daughter dances, and simply just everyday moments that others take for granted. My heart breaks for the Rice kids who have missed out and will continue to miss those things with their own dad. I would give anything to go back in time knowing what I know now, but unfortunately that can't happen. We were all under Megan's spell of her false narrative and promises. I will continue to pray for the Rice kids every day and love them and hope they are forever surrounded by the love that they always deserved but did not receive from their own mom. During his incarceration, Chris has attended church services, Christian counseling sessions, which we will continue together when we are able to. And he's helped to keep things as normal as possible for our kids by playing games like rock, paper, scissors and practicing their math facts and spelling words, and even attending sporting events through the video visits. I respectfully ask you to please consider Chris as the man he is as a whole and not just the actions within such a small period of time when he felt there was no way out. We have lost so much already, and it is my hope that you would consider the time Chris and our entire family have already served and allow him to come home to our family.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I believe the defendant would like to address the court personally. And he wrote it, Your Honor, just because he wanted to keep his thoughts straight.
I thought about the Rice family, hurt for them, and wished I could speak with them every day for going on 5 years. I'm so sorry that they had to learn the details of Greg's death in such a public way at Megan's trial, and that I was the bearer of some of those details. Greg Rice's and Megan Jackson's 4 kids have become an extension of my family. And knowing how badly, I'm sorry. Knowing how badly they were hurt and that I played a role in causing any pain at all to them is something I'm going to struggle with for the rest of my life. To simply keep saying I'm sorry just doesn't feel right. And I don't know that I can effectively articulate the depth of the combination of love, pain, regret, and compassion I feel for those kids and for everyone who loved Greg. I'm sorry for having any involvement with Megan. Virtually everything about her is the exact opposite of everything I've ever been and stood for. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I chose to overlook everything bad about her because she was spending thousands of dollars a month on my family, and because she had convinced me that she was basically going to make all mine and my family's dreams come true. In retrospect, it's clear that my involvement with her was founded on deception and selfishness. This led to a snowball of poor decisions on my part, infidelity, and to Megan having a grip on every aspect of my life. If not for these poor decisions on my part, I know that I would not have been with her on the night of October 2nd, would not have been in the position to be an accessory after the fact, and would not have had any part in causing any suffering to anyone. I heard Megan say things like, "I'm going to kill Greg," and "I'm going to kill my kids." More than once, she told me she was going to kill me. She said these kinds of things nonchalantly, and I never took them as a serious threat. I chose to overlook these things and all the other red flags that were waving in my face because of the attributes I thought were good about her, which I now see were only those which served me in some way. I realized that my involvement with Megan, and thereby this case, has caused some variation of hardship to many, including my business partners, employees, colleagues, neighbors, my friends, my family, and especially the loved ones of Greg Rice. During the years I spent in jail, I have, with the help of counselors, taken accountability and begun the process of repairing the damage. As for the Rice family, I just want them to know that if there's anything I can do to help them gain closure, I'll do whatever I can do for them, whether that's now or years from now. My heart will always be with them.
Your Honor, just briefly in closing, I just wanted to address a few more things. One, the letters, and I know that they're not understanding of the law, but with the Rice letters that I just reviewed, and they said that he was permitted to plead to a lesser charge, Your Honor. Mr. Dontel certainly did plead to what he was guilty of. That's something that we had actually been offering to plead to for a while. The negotiations, we couldn't come to an agreement on the negotiations at the time, Your Honor, but we were negotiating with them prior to anybody going to trial. Your Honor, as we presented this case this morning for Mr. Dontel, who accepted the responsibility and the accountability of accessory after the fact, which he was clearly guilty of, and making poor choices, it's important to present those circumstances that led to his involvement and the meaningful steps that he's taken since then to right his wrongs. And that's what I think that we've been trying to do today, is to give you a snapshot of who Chris was, what he was, when he was finally able to get that sense of protection for his family and come clean. At the time of the offense, he was clearly deeply influenced and manipulated by Megan Jackson, who he trusted, and she took advantage of his loyalty, his immaturity, his use of alcohol to make poor choices. Your Honor, he did not stand up when he should have for all of the children involved, and he knows that. And this weakness has made him live with this regrettable decision. Your Honor, every time I look at this case, I think of all of the things that could have been done if he were a criminal mastermind, even if he wasn't a criminal mastermind, Your Honor, the things that could have been done that would have made this case, for example, using the crematorium, that would have made this case almost impossible to solve. But he was finally able, with risk to his family's safety, his continued reputation, and he finally, in December of this past year, cooperated fully with law enforcement and the prosecution. His testimony was crucial in ensuring that justice was served, especially against Megan, who was primarily responsible. And the cooperation came at a personal cost. He is continuing to accept the accountability and help correct the wrongs he once enabled. He has shown sincere remorse, in turning his life around. He's engaged in counseling, as you've heard. One of the things that, if you recall, a group of pretrial motions about 1.5 years ago, I was demanding to have all of his jail costs, because oftentimes people say things when they don't think the jails are listening. Your Honor, myself and my entire staff spent, I think, 2 weeks listening to almost 4 years worth of jail phone calls. And I can tell you that 80% of those were him talking with his children and still being a father. And I know that is a luxury that he has that the Rices don't have, and he knows that too. And he is still living with that, and he is still combating with that. And he knows that he can't make that right, can't change it, but he can try to make it right from here on out. In his desire to accept that accountability. Your Honor, we understand that this offense was serious, but I think it's important for the court to understand that he was not an architect of this crime. He was someone who made several misguided choices in a terrible situation. He's demonstrated growth, cooperation, a willingness to accept responsibility, and qualities that suggest rehabilitation that he's already started. Your Honor, we are certainly not, we are not just the worst thing we've ever done in life, but we are asking the court to consider a serious sentence over his head that would be suspended to an intensive 5-year period of probation. In a way, because if he violated that probation, then he would have to go back and do all of that time based on the new law. If he were to receive that. So we ask the court to take all of the letters of support, all of what we presented into consideration when making the determination. Justice can be served along with mercy. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Ms. Zimmercheck mentioned a case in her argument, Stephen Morgan, where the defendant was given time served. That actually happens to have been my case, and the two cases are diametrically opposed to each other. Mr. Morgan was not present during the murder, did not help dispose of the victim's body in that case, came forward immediately when questioned by police, and cooperated throughout the entire way. He also pleaded guilty only to accessory after the fact, and did not, as Dontel has done, plead guilty to criminal conspiracy to commit murder. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that that is not an appropriate comparison for the case in front of Your Honor.
Ms. Walter, let me ask you this. It got brought up in the defense's presentation about bond. Am I correct that he was given a bond at one point but violated it?
Yes, Your Honor. Both defendants were given bonds. They both violated it by having continued contact with each other. They were both violated, and then Ms. Jackson was released, violated again. It was sort of a revolving door. She was given an opportunity for home detention again, but continued to violate it. I believe there was one other bond hearing for Mr. Dontel, and that was denied. But he has been in since that first violation.
And I'm also correct that there were, initially talked to law enforcement, and then there was a proffer?
Yes, Your Honor, there was a proffer, and Mr. Dontel violated the terms of that proffer, so that proffer never went forward.
Mrs. Zimmercheck, anything else from the defense?
Nothing further. Well, just a very brief follow-up, Your Honor. Yes, he had 3 detention hearings after that. They were all denied. Just the end result was the same. And Your Honor, he did the proper and the testimony was all done prior to my involvement in the case, Your Honor. Obviously, when we were able to secure that protection for his family with the bond conditions and zones against his family and her and the children, Your Honor, he did sit down and I think fully cooperate with them and testified to those exact same details at the trial.
All right,
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dontel, your attorney has done a good presentation and quite frankly, I believe has done a remarkable job to get you where you are today. She's correct that my law clerk did go in and view your testimony in Megan Jackson's trial, but I also went back and viewed your testimony as well. Your testimony did differ in what you admitted to when you pled guilty to the charges you're here for today. My concern is simply this. I understand that you're remorseful. You're here today to take ownership over what you've done. However, by my math, it took about 1,500 days for that to happen. You said in your testimony in Ms. Jackson's trial that you were scared of Ms. Jackson. I don't know what you were scared of once she got incarcerated, though. She absolutely couldn't hurt your family when she was incarcerated. And you still decided that you wanted to withhold the truth. And then you testified or proffered again with the state and again gave them different information. The truth of the matter in this, according to your own testimony, is that you were present when Mr. Greg Rice was gunned down and that you helped dispose of that body. You, a person who disposes of bodies as your job. And yet it took you 1,500 days before you gave this family some solace in knowing what happened to their dad. I saw in your testimony where you hoped that your testimony would give you a lesser sentence. And I'll tell you that based on your testimony, the fact that you pled to an accessory and a co-conspirator is your lesser sentence. You very easily could be right where Ms. Jackson is doing life in prison. I will give you the credit for the time that you have served. You're entitled to that by statute. But as to the accessory after the fact, it's the sentence of this court that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years. And as for the conspiracy, it's the sentence of this court that you be sentenced to the maximum again of 5 years, and those are to run consecutive. Mr. Dontel, I understand that you're here and want to give the closure to the Rice family, and I hope that this does that. And I hope that ultimately, when you get out, that you will remember what you've done to your own family and what you've done to the Rice family. But that's the sentence of this court. Thank you. Ms. Walker, do we have anything else?
No, just your regular trial roster.
I saw in your testimony where you hoped that your testimony would give you a lesser sentence. And I'll tell you that based on your testimony, the fact that you pled to an accessory and a co-conspirator is your lesser sentence. You very easily could be right where Ms. Jackson is doing life in prison. I will give you the credit for the time that you have served. You're entitled to that by statute. But as to the accessory after the fact, it's the sentence of this court that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years. And as for the conspiracy, it's It's a sentence of this court that you be sentenced to the maximum again of 5 years, and those are to run consecutive. Mr. Dontel, I understand that you're here and want to give the
Okay, yeah, I heard that right. So, this I have to look up and see how long he's been in jail, but he was sentenced to 15 years for the lesser charge that he was given that he pled down to, and then he was also sentenced to 5 years for the conspiracy, but they are run consecutively, which means he has to complete one, then he got to complete the other. They're not concurrent, so he's gonna have to do 20 years, but he's gonna get time served. Well, son, you don't see me on the stream, Nivea. Nivea don't have her phone. I'm sorry, y'all. So that's what okay. I'm gonna look that up for us, Destin. I'm gonna go ahead and switch us over because y'all know we back in court. We back in court. So let's get started.
234 and 24-113-2534 State versus Ali. These matters are before the court today on a continuation of trial. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present this morning with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. I was informed this morning that there is a news organization in the courtroom, someone from the Daily Mail. Can I have you come forward to the podium, please? Good morning. Could you tell me your name, please?
My name's Matthew Scott Brower.
All right, and you are with?
I'm with the Daily Mail.
What type of publication is that?
It's a newspaper and website from the United Kingdom.
Okay. And what are you requesting today?
To photograph the trial. Still photos only.
So you're not requesting to video in any fashion?
No video or sound.
All right. So well, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and then have you step back. Thank you. Ms. Stone, anything as it relates to this request?
No, Your Honor, only in that it is consistent with the court's prior orders. I would ask the same protections for the minors and alleged victim in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Kading? Do you have anything as it relates to this request today?
No.
All right. Mr. Leary?
No request to modify the order that's been previously entered.
All right, thank you. So the representative from the Daily Mail, you are allowed to take still photography during the course of this proceeding, as I have already directed as it relates to those who are recording the proceeding. You will take no photographs in any fashion of the jury coming, going, sitting in the jury box, and the like. They cannot be included in any photographs. You also are prohibited from photographing any minor who will testify in this proceeding today. And my understanding is that there are minors who will be testifying today, and you cannot photograph the alleged victim who will be testifying first this morning. Those are the parameters as it relates to your being able to photograph. You also can't interrupt our proceeding in any fashion, which I'm sure that you understand. Do you have any questions?
Will the minors be identified as such before testifying, so I know who not to photograph?
Yes, we will ensure, I will ask that the state identify anyone who is under the age of 18. All right. Thank you. Ms. Stone, do you have any preliminary matters before we bring the jury in?
I guess two questions, Your Honor. One is there was a question this morning in terms of the shot by Court TV while minors are testifying of the witness stand itself, it hits the bar of the witness stand. It doesn't show the minor itself. The question was raised to me. I said that was a question that needed to be raised to the court. So I don't know if that question was resolved or raised to the court. So that was the first question. The second one, I just wanted to let the court know, and I will indicate that the minor witnesses today are Zayla Carter,
All right, we're just waiting on the audio to pop back up. That right there is Isaiah's dad, y'all. So if you missed some of the trial, the boyfriend, like I said, he's a young black male, and that is his father who got the restraining order on the mother. He actually testified that he didn't initially just go get a restraining order. He tried to talk to them, and then he found out that they knew where they stayed, him, where his family stayed, and that's when he decided to get a restraining order. So, yeah, that is dad.
Of this proceeding, is as I have already articulated, and if the recording does not show the alleged victim or the minor witnesses, then they are complying with the court's order, and I don't have any issue with that, and I don't believe there's anything further to clarify. With that, please bring the jury in. And if you could please have Ms. Ali return to the stand.
may I step out for trigger?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue where we left off yesterday, which will now be the redirect of Ms. Ali. Ms. Stone?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ali.
Good morning.
Ms. Ali, I want to start yesterday. Do you remember when Mr. Kading was asking you about if you had indicated before you knew you were going to Iraq in October or on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember him showing you a document, Defense Exhibit 525?
Yes.
Okay. And he had you read lines 5 through 21 or 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
On which page?
On page 73. You recall that?
Yes.
And you had indicated prior to him showing you that document that you didn't know when you were traveling. Do you remember that?
Yes.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to have you take that. Miss Ali, will you look at line 24? So one line past where Mr. Kading had you stop reading.
And just for the record, Ms. Stone has provided to the witness exhibit 525.
That's correct. Thank you, Your Honor. And do you see line 24 on there?
Yes.
So when Mr. Kading asked you about lines 5 through 21, and then I believe he clarified to 23, at line 24, did you indicate to Mr. Kading at the time of that interview that you did not know when you were traveling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that back from you. So were you aware of a trip to Iraq versus the trip to Iraq? Is that a fair distinction between those two things?
Yes.
You had talked about, Mr. Kading also spent some time talking to you about your school attendance. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you skipped classes?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any classes that you particularly disliked or skipped more often?
Yes.
What class was that, or classes?
English.
Why English?
It's hard for me to really learn.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have you adjust the microphone. It's a little harder to hear you. Thank you.
So you skipped classes, other classes besides English?
Yes.
But English is the one that you remember the most?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you skip classes, generally, where would you go? Did you leave campus? Did you go somewhere else? I mean, generally, if you were skipping a class, where were you going?
To the bathroom.
So staying at school?
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Kading asked you about a 504 plan yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What is a 504 plan to you? What does that mean to you?
Like extra help, and teachers will help me more with assignments.
So is a program at school where you believed you could get extra assistance?
Yes.
Okay. Was school easy for you?
No.
Okay. Was that just for English or for other classes?
For other classes.
What classes do you like the most? What classes were easier for you, or did you like the most?
Math.
Math?
Yeah.
What else?
I like art class.
Okay. And did you ask about a 504 plan with your parents?
Yes.
Okay. Were they supportive of you getting a 504 plan?
No.
If you, Mr. Kading asked you yesterday, or said you didn't tell your parents things, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? Did you not tell your parents things?
Yeah.
Okay. Why wouldn't you tell your parents things?
I was afraid.
Okay. Were you comfortable telling them things that you knew they wouldn't like?
No.
Would they like knowing that you were dating at all?
They would not like that.
They would not like that?
Yes.
Was it dating in general? Was it dating Isaiah? Was it dating boys? Like any part of that?
Dating in general.
Dating in general was not okay?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of vehicle does your mom or Haneen drive? How would you describe what those vehicles look like?
My sister Haneen would drive like a box looking car, and it's like silver and black.
What about your mom?
I think it was like brown, and it was just like a normal regular car. It wasn't like a box shape. It was just like slim.
Okay. So you're really soft-spoken, and I know it's difficult, but I'm just going to ask you to speak up a little bit, okay?
Yes.
So if I understood what you said your Haneen drove a box-looking car that was like silver and black,
Yes.
and your mom drove a brown car that you said was just like a regular car that was slim. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when you say slim, do you mean like a sedan-style car or like a truck like your dad?
Like a sedan, not like a truck.
Okay. Do you know what brand either of them were?
No.
Okay. And when you describe your sister Haneen's car as a box car that's silver and black, where is that silver and black on the vehicle, if you
The
recall?
silver was in like in the front, like where the lights were, like at the front, and the black was in the back, like for like the second door.
Okay. Do you remember yesterday when Mr. Leary asked you about your mom and who she was saying my daughter to? Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
And Mr. Leary had you look at against Defense Exhibit 525 and line 55. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he asked you to look at line 23. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. You said line 55. Is that page 55?
Page 55,
Thank
line
you.
23.
All right. You may approach.
Thank you. And again, Miss Ali, I'm going to ask you to look at page 55. Look at lines, read 23, but also read 24 and 25, please. And was that your only answer to Mr. Leary as to initially you thought it was to you?
No.
What else did you tell Mr. Leary during the course of that interview?
I said to me or to someone else. I don't know. I just know that.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that during those interviews you didn't indicate you knew exactly who it was to? You thought it might be to you, but it could have been to someone else as well, and then you said, I don't know. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And that was indicated in the document as well, correct?
Yes.
When Mr. Leary was talking to you yesterday, do you remember him talking about your mom and how your mom was holding you?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Leary gesturing with his arms low and around? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that how your mom was holding you?
No.
How was your mom holding you?
Like I said, around the throat, around my neck, and my chest.
Okay. He also asked you if you thought your mom was trying to hurt you at the time, and you said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you want to believe that your mom is trying to hurt you?
I don't want to believe that.
How do your parents normally hold you if they're comforting or hugging you? What does that look like?
I don't know.
And what do you mean by I don't know?
It's really rare for me and my mom or my dad to hug.
So you don't have a good baseline experience for hugging with your parents?
Yes.
Is it fair then to say that they're not big huggers?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kadeen Recross.
Ms. Ali, you indicated that when you skipped class and such, you stayed at the school.
Yes.
Is that every time?
Yes.
Okay, on January 25th, 2024, 9:07 in the morning, that's a Tuesday, you were not at school, were you?
I don't remember that.
You were at Safeway? You remember that day?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you skipped school that day, you were at the Safeway?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't always stay at school when you skip school?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I just asked you, do you always stay at school, and you said yes?
Well, that time I didn't remember, but now I remember.
Okay, but your answer was yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Thank you. No further.
Mr. Larry Recross?
Good morning. Thank you for coming back. So back to our conversation yesterday about the interview that we talked about. And I
Yeah.
just want to be accurate. So when we were talking about you hearing your mom say, my daughter, you initially said you thought that she was saying that to you, correct?
Yeah.
And then I said, to you, question mark? And then you followed up and said, to me or somebody, I don't know.
Yes.
Just that she was saying my daughter more than one time. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to be accurate, right? So initially you said, I thought it was to me, but it could have been to me, it could have been to others, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that you described her tone as sad, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stone followed up and said that you don't want to think that your mom wanted to hurt you, correct?
Yes.
And that's fair. You told the police that night at the hospital that you didn't think that your mom was trying to hurt you, correct?
Yeah.
And that you thought that she was trying to protect you from the chaos, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But if an officer came later and testified to that, would you disagree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Because it was chaotic, right?
Yeah, it was chaotic.
Okay. And that she's holding you from behind, correct?
From my neck and my chest.
Okay. But she's sitting behind you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Stone, any further direct examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And may this witness be excused, or is there a potential of recall?
Subject to recall, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so at this time, you may step down and step out of the courtroom. Thank you. Ms. Zoe, you may
What grade were you in then?
I was a junior.
And Zayla, what time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay. And then back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
I ride the city bus.
Okay. And when you say the city bus, is that the inner city transit bus?
Yes.
Okay. And how about after school? How do you get home?
I also ride the city bus back home.
And can you tell the jury where the city bus stop is in relationship to Timberline High School?
It's right in front of the school.
Okay. Zayla, do you know someone by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes.
How do you know Fatima?
Through school.
Okay. Are you friends with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And do you call her Fatima or do you call her something different?
I call her Allie.
Ali? Is that her nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you still friends with Fatima?
We talk sometimes.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Isaiah?
Yes.
And how do you know Isaiah?
Also through school.
Okay. Are you friends with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. Zayla, I want to bring your attention to October 18th of 2024. When school let out that day at 2 p.m., where did you go?
I went to the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And when you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else that was already there?
A lot of students were already there. I got there a little late.
I'm sorry?
A lot of students were already there because I got there a little late.
Okay. And when you got there, you mentioned there were a lot of students already there. Did you recognize any of them?
Yes.
Who did you recognize? And you indicated when you got to the bus stop, Allie and Isaiah were already there. What were they doing when you first got to the bus stop?
I think Allie was arguing with her father.
Okay. And were you able to understand what they were arguing about?
No, I couldn't, but there was a boy named Noah that could understand some things.
Okay. When Allie and her father were they arguing in English or a different language?
It was in a different language.
Okay. And what were their tone? What was Allie's tone like when she was arguing with her father?
She seemed frightened.
Okay. What did you see or hear that makes you believe she was frightened?
She was crying.
Okay.
And she was talking in a really high pitch. And it just seemed like she was afraid.
Okay. And what about her father? What kind of tone did he have?
He was yelling at her.
Okay. And when Allie and her father were, when they were talking to each other, what was Isaiah doing?
I think he was also trying to talk to him.
Okay. When you say talk to him, who are you referring to?
Allie's father.
Okay. And then what happened while they were arguing?
They were just going back and forth for a little bit, and then at one point I think Allie tried to walk away or something, and her father grabbed her.
Okay. And when her father grabbed her, were you able to see how he grabbed her?
Not the initial, I did not.
Okay. And when Allie's father tried to grab her, what if anything did Isaiah do?
He tried to pull her back.
Okay. And when Isaiah tried to pull Allie back, what was her father's reaction?
I think he punched him in the face.
Okay. And then after he punched Isaiah in the face, what did he do after that?
I'm not exactly sure, but I looked and they had fell to the ground, and he had Allie in a chokehold, and she was trying to get away from him, but she was like losing consciousness.
Okay. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, Allie's father hit Isaiah, and then the next thing that you saw, Allie and her father were on the ground already?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw them on the ground and her father had her in a chokehold. Chokehold means different things to different people. What did you see that made you say it was a chokehold?
His arm was wrapped around her throat, and she couldn't breathe. Her lips were turning purple.
Okay. And when you saw Allie's father had her in a chokehold, what was your reaction when you saw that?
I tried to help her, but I wasn't strong enough, and a lot of other students stepped in at that point.
Okay. You indicated, Zayla, you tried to help her. What did you do?
I had hit him.
Okay. And you said and when you hit Allie's father, did he let go of her from the chokehold?
No.
Okay. And you also indicated other students stepped in. Do you remember who stepped in? And what did those students do when they tried to help?
They were hitting him and pulling him by his jacket.
Okay.
And other students were trying to get an adult.
Okay. And when you and the other students got involved, were you all successful in getting Allie's father away from her?
I don't remember. I think so, but I think adult had stepped in at that point.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned an adult has stepped in at that point. Do you remember what where the adult came from?
He got out of his truck. He had parked on the side of the road.
Okay. And you indicated when Allie was on the ground, she was, you indicated she couldn't breathe. What did you see that made you think she couldn't breathe?
She was gasping for air, and her eyes were rolling back to the back of her head.
Okay. Do you remember if at any point, you indicated Allie's father was there, do you remember at any point if any adult females showed up?
Yes, Allie's mom
Okay.
and sister.
Okay. And when Allie's mom showed up, do you remember what she did?
I think she was trying to help her husband, with Allie.
Okay. And what did you see that made you believe that she was helping her husband?
When Allie had tried to get off, or when she had got away from her father, she had tried to run, and her mom had grabbed her, and she was grabbing her by the throat and stuff.
Okay. And when you saw Allie's mom grab her by the throat, do you remember what Allie did or say?
She pushed her away.
Okay. And at some point, was Allie able to sort of get away from that scene at the bus stop?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Do you know where she went?
She went into the high school.
Okay. And what about Allie's mom? After Allie went to the high school, do you know where her mom went?
She tried chasing her.
Okay. And you indicated Allie's sister also showed up. At some point, did you end up trying to talk to her sister?
I did not talk to her personally, no.
Okay. And at some point, did the police arrive?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to any of the police officers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember during the incident at the bus stop, whether you indicated that the reason you went to the bus stop was because you were trying to catch the bus to go home?
Yes.
Do you remember when the incident at the bus stop was happening, whether the bus showed up at any point?
The bus going the other way, did show up, and the bus driver did get off the bus and try to interfere.
Okay. And Zayla, have you seen a video of this incident that was taken by one of the students?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 61.
You may.
And Zayla, we see somebody.
Can you please indicate the time that you have stopped the video?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. The video is stopped at 00:11. Zayla, I'm pointing to somebody with the red dot, the big red dot, to somebody who is standing sort of in the middle upper portion of this video image, wearing sort of all black. Do you know who that person is?
That is.
And what is happening at this point that we see in the video?
At that point, they had been on the ground for a little bit, and we were trying to get him off, and we needed somebody to call 911.
Okay, and when you say they have been on the ground for a little bit, who's they?
Allie and her father.
And continue playing the video. I don't have any additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just to clarify, good morning, just to clarify one thing. The arrival of the two older women, did you know them?
No, I did not.
Okay. Had you ever been to Fatima's house?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met any other members of her family?
No.
Okay. So when these two women showed up then at the scene, do you remember when that was?
I think it was sometime after Fatima and her father were struggling on the ground.
Okay. And you indicated that you didn't have any interaction with the younger woman, is that right?
I don't think so. I think I only had an interaction with her mother.
Okay. And do you recall telling her to get away and pushing at her?
No.
Okay. All right. And do you remember comforting Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall holding him?
Yes.
And you stayed at the scene of the bus stop for how long?
I think 10 or 15 minutes after.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So, at the time that the older woman, do you know who the older woman and the younger woman wearing the headscarves were?
I didn't know at first, but I did hear that was her mother and her sister.
Okay. All right. So you didn't necessarily know from before, but if I identify it as mother and sister, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So at the point that mom arrived, Ali and her dad were on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And there were a large number of students around, correct?
Yes.
And the dad was actively being punched in the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. By a lot of people?
Yes.
Okay. And so mom is trying to push through, correct?
Yeah, she did get through.
Okay. And then shortly thereafter, and was the bus driver already there at that point?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about the other adult who came in?
No, he was not.
He was not there.
No.
Okay. Would you agree that it didn't take the adult male long to kind of subdue dad? Is that correct?
Yeah, he put him into a chokehold.
The passerby put dad into a chokehold.
Yes.
Okay. How long was the passerby having dad in a chokehold?
He did struggle with him for about a minute or two.
Okay. And so dad was fighting back for
Yes.
the passerby?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wondering if the passerby was winning or losing?
No.
Overruled.
Did you think that the passerby was losing?
No.
Okay. But was unable to control dad?
Was having a hard time controlling him, yes.
Okay. And then during this time, your friend Ali, Fatima, was able to get away.
Yes.
How far away did she get?
She made it all the way into the school building.
Okay. You described her mom grabbing her, correct?
Yeah.
How far away did she get before her mom had her?
She made it to the dirt to the sidewalk of the where we were at.
Okay. Did she get up and walk and run?
She was able to get up, or she had help up, and she was able to get to the sidewalk, and her mom started grabbing her
Okay. How far away did she get from where her dad was?
to the sidewalk.
I mean, so distance-wise, like number of feet, if you can estimate.
5 feet.
Okay. Okay. And at this time, you are holding on to Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
So then, mom's holding on to her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And then Fatima's able to, she lets go, and then she runs into the school.
Yes, her and Isaiah run to the school.
Okay. And mom is how far behind?
She was right behind them for a second, but they started running faster than her.
Okay. And then did mom run, or did mom just continue to walk quickly?
I think she was just walking quickly at that point.
Okay. Do you remember yelling at Haneen when she was filming you?
Who?
The sister. Do you remember yelling at the sister while she was filming you?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Sayla, when Allie's mom first showed up, you indicated she was trying to help Allie's dad. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. When Allie's mom first showed up, did you hear her ask Allie whether she was okay?
No.
Okay. Did you see her mom try to help her in any way?
No.
Okay. And you also indicated that at one point you told Allie's sister, you said something to her because she was filming you. Why did you tell her to get away from you?
Because I just didn't want her near me with the whole situation going on.
Okay. Was it, and was she actively filming you as well?
Yes, but at the time I was unsure if it was her sister or her mother.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
Just to clarify the last point, Ms. Carter.
When the two arrived, the mother and the sister, was it the mother or the sister who was looking at her father? Or looking at the man on the ground, sorry?
It was her mother, I think.
Okay, did you see your sister arrive?
At some point, her sister did arrive. I
Okay.
think at the end of the whole entire struggle.
Okay, so after the mother.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Larry, any recross?
Did you hear her mom say anything?
She was saying stuff, but it was in a different language. I couldn't understand.
Any further direct examination?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
You are excused and you may step down. You're free to stay or go however you so desire.
And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
Inner city transit.
Okay. And then how do you normally get home from school each day?
I would take the inner city transit back home.
Okay. You indicated you're 16 now. Do you drive?
Yes.
Okay, is that better than taking the inner city transit bus?
Yes, it's a lot quicker.
It's a lot quicker, okay. And the inner city transit bus stop, where is that located in relationship to Timberline High School?
It's right outside the school at like the front sign.
Okay. Caleb, do you know someone by the name of Isaiah Williams?
I do.
How do you know Isaiah?
He goes to my school.
Okay, are you friends with Isaiah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you seem a little.
We're not like best friends, but yeah, we've talked before, we've hung out.
I'm sorry?
We've talked before, we've hung out.
Okay. And what about Fatima Ali? Do you know someone by that name?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know Fatima?
She goes to my school.
Okay, and are you friends with Fatima?
I am not.
Okay. Caleb, I want to bring your attention to October 18th of last year. After school got out at 2 p.m. that day, where did you go?
To the bus stop.
Okay, and why did you go to the bus stop?
I was waiting for the bus to go home.
To go where?
To go home.
Okay. And when you first got to the bus stop, who else was there?
There was a man there.
Okay. And you mentioned there were about 15 students. Did you recognize any of the students?
Yeah, some of them were my friends.
Okay, who were your friends? And what about Fatima? Was she already there?
Yes,
Okay, and what about Isaiah?
he was there.
Okay. And you mentioned there was a man there as well. What was the man doing when you first got to the bus stop?
He was like aggressively talking to Fatima and Isaiah.
Okay, when you say aggressively talking, what do you mean by aggressively talking?
When I had walked out there, I observed him like kind of moving his hands around, like flailing them and like kind of like yelling and like more. He had like a look on his face like he was mad or upset.
Okay. And when the man was yelling at Fatima and Isaiah, were you able to understand what he was saying?
I was not.
Okay. And while the man was yelling at Fatima, what if anything else happened while that was happening?
Everybody was just kind of like confused on what was going on and like what he was doing there, why he was like talking the way he was to them.
Okay. And then at some point, while the man was yelling at Fatima, did Isaiah try to do anything?
It looked like he was trying to get him to like go get away from them and like kind of de-antagonize or like get rid of the situation.
Okay. And you indicated it looked like Isaiah was trying to de-antagonize the situation. What was Isaiah doing?
He was like, one things I've heard, he was like trying to get him to like stop, but.
So she's only asking you questions about what you saw or observed or heard, not what you have heard subsequently, okay, after the fact.
I heard that he was telling.
So you're not supposed to say anything that you heard. You're supposed to say what you remember or what you saw, okay? So I'm gonna have Ms. O ask you another question.
Okay. And Caleb, when you, while you were at the bus stop, you indicated that Isaiah was trying to de-antagonize the situation. Did you hear him say anything at that point?
Yes.
And what did you hear him say?
He told him to go away, like get away from the girl.
Okay. And what happened after Isaiah told the man to get away from the girl?
What was that?
What happened after Isaiah told the man to get away from the girl?
It didn't seem like he listened.
Okay. And what did the man do?
He continued to do the same thing he was doing.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
That's when I turned around and I was just like talking to my friends about what was going on, about why there was a person there, and why he was yelling or what was going on at the moment. And that's when we had like turned around because we had heard some like commotion, and he had like struck or like pushed Isaiah, and then that's when he had turned around and grabbed the Fatima.
Okay. So you indicated that after you heard Isaiah tell the man to get away from the girl, you stopped paying attention to what was going on with Fatima, the man, and Isaiah, and you turned back to talk to your friends. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then while you were talking to your friends, you heard something else that made you turn your attention back to Fatima, the man, and then also Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And after you indicated when you turned around, you saw the man struck or hit Isaiah. After he did that, what did the man do?
He had turned towards his daughter. She had like backed up, and he had like lunged at her and like grabbed her kind of from behind.
Okay. And when he grabbed, when the man grabbed Fatima from behind, how did he grab her?
He kind of like wrapped his arms around her shoulder, like neck area.
Okay. And then after he did that, what happened?
They kind of like struggled, but he got her in a headlock.
Okay. And then when you say headlock, what do you mean by that?
He had locked his hands like this
Okay.
around.
So I see you had your left arm raised vertically, and you had your right arm going horizontally. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it was.
Okay. And then when you saw the man put Fatima in a headlock, were they still standing or were they on the ground at that point?
They were standing, but not long did they fall.
Okay. And when they fell onto the ground, did the man still have Fatima in a headlock, or did he release his grip from her?
He still had her in a headlock.
I'm sorry?
He still had her in a headlock.
Okay. And then so after the man and Fatima ended up on the ground, what happened after that?
He pretty much just kept her in a headlock until a pedestrian jumped out of his truck to pry his arms off.
Okay. And what, you indicated that he had her in a headlock until a pedestrian jumped out of his truck to get him off of Fatima. Prior to the man getting out of his truck, did you do anything when you saw the man?
When I had first saw him struck Isaiah and like turned towards his daughter, I had first ran over and I grabbed onto his arm, and that's when he was still like fighting. He had like put her in a lock, and I'm still like on his arm, and then they fall to the ground, and I had like ripped his arm sleeve off of his jacket, and once I couldn't get his arm off of her, I started punching him in the head, and I kicked him a few times.
Okay. And when you started, you mentioned that you ripped his sleeve. Why did you rip his sleeve?
I had like dug my arm in and tried to like pry it, and I couldn't get his arm off to the point where like the jacket had ripped instead.
Okay. And besides yourself, did any other students get involved?
Yes.
And do you remember who else got involved? What did the other students do when they got involved?
A lot of them were just kind of like telling him to stop and let go, and some of them were like tugging on him. But Isaiah had punched him, and Zayla was punching him as I was, and I'm pretty sure Eric was too.
Okay. And with regards to while you were on the ground as well, you indicated you were pulling on the man's jacket and then you were hitting him. While you were doing that, did you see what was happening to Fatima?
Yeah, at first it turned from like her trying to like grab his arms and stuff to like kind of like flailing her arms, and her eyes started rolling back, and that's when her face started turning purple and lips.
Okay. And then what happened to her after that?
She just completely fell limp. There was no movement.
Okay. And Caleb, did you see the video one of the students took of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And was the student who took the video, was that your friend Elijah?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 61.
You may.
And I'm stopping the video at 10 seconds. And Caleb, we see somebody in the video on the upper center of the video with sort of the gray backpack. Do you recognize that person?
The one with his hand out?
Yes.
That's me.
Okay. And then what are you doing at that point in the video?
Right there, I'm telling the bus driver who's pulling up to call the cops and some other students behind me.
Okay. And then do you know any of the people that ended up calling 911?
I don't believe anybody called before me. I ended up having to stop what I was doing to call.
Okay.
The bus driver didn't call, nor did anybody behind me.
Okay. And so you believe you were the first person that called 911?
Yeah, I had sat there asking people to call, and nobody was calling.
Okay. Starting the video again at 10 seconds. And Caleb, I stopped the video for the record at 15 seconds. We see somebody in the upper center of the video, sort of the hands we see right there. Do you know whose hands those were?
On screen right now?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's the girl's hands right there.
And just for the record, that Ms. Zoe is using a pointer of sorts to highlight that area that she has described on the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And replaying the video at 15 seconds. And Caleb, do you remember whether you indicated that there were, the bus driver was there and then there was a gentleman who came out of a truck that came to assist? Do you remember if any adult females showed up?
Yes.
Okay, and do you, when they showed up, were you paying attention to what they were doing or were you still paying attention to what the man was doing?
It was a little bit of both. The woman that came up, it was just yelling, so there was kind of like a lot going on.
Okay.
So I wasn't really paying attention to her.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you. And Caleb, just so we're clear, you're saying that the man was there talking with his daughter and Isaiah before you got to the bus stop?
Yes, I had walked out there, they were there.
And at one point, you had told the police that you saw Isaiah get punched and go flying onto the concrete. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, is that your memory of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. How's your summer going?
It's going good. A lot of work.
What do you do for work?
I work at Taco Bell now.
Okay. So you described that there was a pedestrian, I think is how you described him, an adult male who
Yes.
came in and intervened?
Yes.
Okay. And was he successful in terms of intervening?
Yes.
Was it much of a struggle for him?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay. Well, how would you describe
He had
his
kind of like,
actions?
he had jumped out and like as soon as he got there, he had asked what was going on and I kind of just told him, I was like, hey, this dude attacked this little girl. And he jumped on him and got his hands off of her.
Okay. And was there much of a struggle between the adult male and the pedestrian?
I would say like yeah, strength wise,
Okay.
like it probably took power.
Okay. Did it take him a long period of time though?
Not really, no.
All right. Did you see him put the adult male? Do you see the person in court here today who you saw interacting with Ms. Ali? And if you don't, that's fine.
I don't remember what they look like.
Okay, fair enough. Did you see the passerby put the man in a chokehold?
The dude that jumped out of the truck?
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay, so to your knowledge, that didn't happen?
Yes.
Okay. And in the video that we just saw, which was Exhibit 61, you could see Isaiah punching the adult male in the head, correct?
Yes.
And appeared to be connecting with the head.
Yes.
Hard punches?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the woman attempt to have the people stop punching her husband in the head?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. And then when you talked to 911, how long were you on the phone with 911?
10 minutes, maybe.
Okay. So, and did it appear to them that they'd already had a call about this, or were you giving them new information?
It seemed like they just heard about it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Caleb, you indicated a moment ago when defense counsel was asking you questions about the male that came out of his truck and that intervened. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you indicated that the male that came out of his truck did not appear that it took him that much effort to sort of get the other male that was on the ground to let go from Fatima. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to what you were trying to do, you indicated that you were pulling at the man and then you were also punching him. When you did that, did the man release his grip from Fatima?
No.
Okay. And when the other students got involved, did he release his grip from Fatima?
He did not.
Okay. And so, if I'm understanding you correctly, in comparison to what you were doing to what the man from the truck was doing, it appeared he had an easier time than you yourself to get the other man to release his grip. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
Just to clarify, so after the man intervened and got the grip loose, did you see the man on the ground move after that?
No, he kind of stayed there till the cops got there.
Did you see him move at all?
No. After the hands were free, he stayed there.
Okay, did it appear at that point that he was lucid?
Define lucid?
Did he look like he was looking around, or was he just laying there like he was passed out?
He was just laying there. He wasn't passed out though.
Were his eyes open?
Yes. I have video too.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Larry, any further cross-examination? Ms. Zoe, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay, however you so desire. Can I have a sidebar with the lawyers, please? The sidebar on the record.
All right, sorry about that, y'all. Still, yep. Sorry about that, y'all. We still trying to find something else to watch, and there's nothing like no other court cases going on, which is crazy. But I did find the James Craig trial, and they're doing opening arguments that's being streamed. What was streamed. So this is a Colorado case from Dennis, who was on trial for murdering his wife. So let's watch that.
With that, you can proceed whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, Dr. Craig, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is Angela Craig. Angela Craig died. Angela Craig is murdered. She died on March 18, 2023. The last day on this earth, alive and were appointed, was March 15th of that same year, 2000. Angela Craig is 43 years old. She was 10 siblings, she's the youngest, 10 siblings. She was a mother of 6 children. Angela Craig will be described as someone focused on her family, focused on children, focused on homeschooling her kids. Angela Craig took care of people around her. On March 15th, she checked in. She went to the emergency room at University Hospital, and she never left. She went to the hospital feeling dizzy. She went to the hospital feeling lethargic. She went to the hospital critically ill. While she was in that hospital, doctors and nurses wearing that familiar blue scrubs that we see doctors wearing, TB, and we go to the doctors ourselves, nurses wearing those familiar blue scrubs are in and out of her room trying to save her life. And Angela Craig, as she's been doing for the last 10 days of her life, is also fighting for her life. Doctors were trying to figure out why Angela Craig was in the hospital for the 4th time in 10 days. They were trying to figure out what was wrong with her. They were trying to figure out what her symptoms were, and they couldn't. Despite experts and exams and blood tests, they couldn't figure it out, but they fought, and they fought to save her life. There was another doctor at the University Hospital that day, Dr. James Craig. The man quote, Angela Craig's husband, the father of her 6 children. And then Dr. James Craig also went into Angela's room. And he was also wearing those familiar blue scrubs of a doctor. But he didn't go into that room to save Angela's life. He didn't go into that room to fight for her life, to support her. He went in that room to murder her, to deliberately and intentionally end her life with a fatal dose of cyanide. He intentionally and deliberately, over the course of 10 days, ended her life with poison called arsenic, commonly used in history to kill rats. With a poison called tetrahydrozoline. You're going to know tetrahydrozoline by another name, Visine, eye drops. Another drug called cyanide. This case is not about Angela Craig, although we're going to talk about her and remember her. It's about what he did. It's about what the man in court did, James Craig. We're going to talk about the evidence in the case. I'm going to go through 3 timelines. And the timelines are going to come together and they're going to cross each other, but they're all going to end on March 15th. And the first timeline is Angela Craig's last 10 days on Earth. March 1st through 5th, Angela Craig went to Utah to visit family. She spent a few days with her sister Tony. They went to a genealogy conference in Utah. Genealogy, something they enjoyed to do. It was a hobby they had. They had a good time. They were happy. Every day, at the end of the day, she would speak to the defendant because they were married, husband and wife. They made plans next year to go to another genealogy conference to trace the roots of some folks back on the East Coast. Because Angela Craig had plans. She was making plans to live. March 6th, Angela Craig comes home. March 5th, she comes home. She's with her family. She's with her husband. And her life changes on March 6th. March 6th, in the morning, Angela Craig wakes up. She drinks a smoothie. It's a smoothie that the defendant makes for her. And he makes a lot of smoothies for her. She makes a lot of smoothies for him. There's a photo here of Dr. Craig making a smoothie for Angela Craig on the 6th of March, 2013. And now there's a photo of him in their kitchen. Yesterday, we talked about things that happen behind closed doors. We're going to see a lot in this trial of things that happen behind closed doors because of a camera that was installed in their kitchen. Nothing unusual. Family member who's in the camera business. There are cameras installed around the house. One in the kitchen. It was a security thing. So we're going to see a lot of the interactions between Craig and Angela. We're going to see a lot of the smoothie Billy and smoothie baby. After Angela Craig gets up and she works out hard, she prided herself on her workouts. She starts to feel strange and she sends Dr. Craig a text. My stomach feels fine, but my head feels funny and dizzy. Very strange. And folks, for the next 10 days, the center of Angela Craig's life is trying to figure out what's wrong with her. Why she feels dizzy. Why she feels strange. Why she feels lethargic. Why she vomits. Later on, we're going to talk about it. Why she faints. Why her kids had to find her fainted. Why she had to crawl across the floor one morning. That morning, they go to Parker Adventist Hospital, they go to the emergency room, they meet with Dr. Pico, emergency doctor. They figure out what's wrong with Angela Craig. They will understand the tests, CTs, MRIs, blood tests, and they just can't figure it out. And Dr. Pico, at the end of the consultation, sends Angela home and says, if it gets worse, come back. Angela Craig goes home on March 6th, and she immediately starts trying to figure out what's wrong with her. She searches the internet. She puts in her symptoms. She puts in things that she thinks could be wrong with her. We'll see some of them here. Now, folks, a lot of these timelines have a lot of dense information. You're going to want to read it. It's more to help me be efficient. It's more to help me get through this. You're going to see all of this in the trial. During deliberations, you're going to have all of it. But Angela Craig spends 3 days searching what's wrong with her. She spends 3 days texting her husband, what's wrong with her? Because she doesn't know. On the 7th of March, she goes back to an urgent care because she's not feeling well. She's feeling sick. She figures they couldn't figure it out in Parker. Let's try the urgent care. And they couldn't figure it out either. They send her home. March 9th, Angela Craig starts the morning with a smoothie. Her symptoms worsen. There's a moment on March 9th where her kids find her passed out, faint. There's a moment on March 9th where she crawls across the floor because she can't get up. And she goes back to the hospital. Once again, she meets with Dr. Pico, who's the attendant at Parker Hospital. And Dr. Pico can't figure it out again. So they admit her. Basically, a 43-year-old woman who's fainting, who's dizzy, who's lethargic, who's not feeling well. They can't figure it out. Got worse, so they admit her. And Angela Craig spends from March 9th to March 14th in the hospital. She meets experts. She continues to do her own Googling. She continues to ask Dr. Craig, her husband, what's wrong with her? And they continue to talk about it. He visits her. He brings food. He brings her things to drink. And her conditions worsen. On March 11th, she has what we're going to call a crash. Her blood, her heart skyrockets after he visits her. But they say they fight to keep her alive. She fights to stay alive. Next couple of days, she's stabilized. She's not getting worse. Stays in the hospital, continues to worry, continues to be afraid. She gets frustrated at times. She gets angry. Why can't they figure out what's going on with me? And she expresses that frustration, that fear, that anger with her husband, who says nothing. Angela's brother and sister, they drive from Utah. They come to visit. She needs help. Kids need help. They come to help Dr. Craig. She's discharged from the hospital on the 14th. She goes home and she immediately starts to Google, immediately starts to search the internet, what is wrong with her. Within an hour, she's on that computer searching what's wrong with her. Because she doesn't know, because she wants to fight for her life. Internal shiver, what causes those? Fall asleep, deep snore, internal tremors, what causes those? She doesn't know. She wants to know what's wrong with her. Obstructive sleep apnea, what could it be? She goes down a path thinking that maybe she has diabetes. She's gone down a path thinking maybe it was a stroke or a heart problem. She doesn't know. He doesn't know either, or at least Dr. James Craig never shares with her what he's been to. This is a photo of Angela Craig on the night of March 14th, 2003. Dr. Craig took that picture and sent it to a woman named Dr. Karen Kane. And it wasn't a doctor consult. We're going to talk about Dr. Karen Kane. But you see her computer, because she's working, she's trying to figure this out. She wants to know what's wrong with her. March 15th, Angela Craig goes back into the hospital, and this is how she ends her day on March 15th. Her brain is dead from lack of oxygen. Over the next 3 days, her brain dies. Her brain dies. Her organs die from lack of oxygen. And Angela Craig dies on March 18th, 2003. Now, you're asking yourself why? Why would Dr. Craig kill the mother of his sister? What's the motive? We'll probably say this at the end of the trial, but motive is not an element. You don't have to prove motive, but there is a motive here. And you ask yourself, is it money problems? Is it other women? Yes. In this case, it is. It's money problems. Dr. Craig was in financial trouble. His dental practice, and I neglected to mention, he's a dentist. He had a dental practice called Summerbrook Dental. He was in trouble. He was in trouble to the point where a friend of his, Dr. Ryan Redford, who you'll meet, invited him into his practice. They combined their practices. Dr. Redford decided, I'm going to help you manage your practice. I'm going to help you get out of debt. I'm going to help you succeed. But there came a point, January of 2003, Dr. Redford went to the defendant's house and said, it ain't working. You're going to have to take a pay cut, or you're going to have to work more hours, or you're going to have to take less vacation. And that's how it could work, if at all. There are life insurance policies. Angela's name, no benefit. Dr. Craig should end up pass. And you hear that apologies. Other women. March 1st, Angela's first day in Utah with her sister, she texts her husband. You still in communication with other women? Because by his own words, his own admission, you'll hear it. He's had a lot of affairs. He's been caught. He's been busted. Sometime in November of 2022, in that time frame, he got caught. And they talked about divorce. And ultimately, they decided to stay together. He decided that he wanted to stay together. And they tried and they fought. Angela Craig was fighting for something else in those last days of her life. And that was her marriage to the man in court, to this man. And he denies it. And technically in the timeline, what he says, this may be true because he might not have been communicating with women from a website dedicated to sugar daddies, finding sugar babies. Meet Jim and Waffles. Jim and Waffles was his handle on a website called seeking.com. He said he was worth $10 million. He's looking for a situation. He's not looking to change his situation, but he'd like to meet once in a while. He did that. He met women on this website. He met them, and there was an arrangement.
Clear, I wanted to clarify that. My bailiff also reported to me that there were some photographs taken after I recessed. There's no permission to take any photographs when the court is not in session, which would include photographs of the defendants as their presence in the courtroom. All right. Thank you. All right. Ms. Stone, any issues before we have the jury come back in?
You can have the next witness step in, please. Please be seated. Members of the jury, we are now going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, call your next.
Past school year, what grade were you in?
Sophomore.
Okay. And Athena, what time does school get out each day?
2:00 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each day?
The inner city transit buses.
Okay. How do you normally get home after school?
The inner city transit buses as well.
And the IT bus stops, are there any bus stops around Timberline High School?
There are two. There's one directly in front and then across the street at the elementary school.
Okay. And Athena, do you know someone by the name of Isaiah Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Isaiah?
Just friend of a friend. He was kind of an acquaintance.
Okay. And are you friends with Isaiah yourself?
I would say so.
Okay. And what about Fatima Ali? Do you know someone by that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where do you know Fatima from?
We were kind of same, like acquaintance, friend of a friend, but I know her from Timberline High School. We went to school together.
You had school together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you friends with Fatima?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And want to bring your attention to October 18th of last year, and I'm going to ask you some questions about that day. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And Athena, where did you go after school was done for the day at around 2 p.m.?
I walked through the parking lot to the bus stop.
Okay. And you mentioned that you walked through the parking lot to the bus stop. What parking lot are you talking about?
The Timberline High School, like, parking lot that's right in front of the bus stop.
Okay. And is this parking lot, is it for students parking?
Yeah.
It's for students
Yes,
parking?
it's a student parking.
Okay. And what about parents? If they want to park there, can they park their vehicles there as well?
There's a separate area, like a separate pull-in for that on the other side. It's by the, like, other side of the building.
Okay.
So,
And when you got to the bus stop, and the bus stop that you're referring to, is it the one that's by the elementary school, or is it the one that's in front of?
it's the one that's in front of Timberline High School.
Just one moment, if you can wait until she gets the question out completely. Only one person can talk at a time. Thanks.
And Athena, when you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else already there?
Yes.
And who do you remember being there already?
Caleb, Noah.
And what about Fatima? Do you remember if she was already there?
They had came after I had got there.
Okay, and when you
Her
say
and
they,
Isaiah.
who are you referring to?
Her and Isaiah.
Okay. And when you, so you indicated you got to the bus stop, and then how long after, when you got to the bus stop, did Fatima and Isaiah get there?
I would say it was only like 1 or 2 minutes. It wasn't too long.
Okay. And when you first saw Fatima, do you remember what she was wearing?
She was in very baggy clothing. She had a beanie on and like a COVID-19 face mask, like one of the blue ones. Like she was trying to hide almost, and she had bags. She was holding 2 big bags of clothing and had a backpack on.
Okay. And you indicated that it appears she was trying to hide. You said that she was wearing a COVID mask. Were there a lot of students that were wearing masks that day?
She was the only person that I
Okay.
had seen in the entire day wearing one.
Okay. And after Fatima and Isaiah arrived, you testified that there were students at the bus stop. Did any adults show up to the bus stop at any point?
I know there was a male that had got out of his car while the incident was going on, and then the bus driver had got out.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't think there was any other adults out there.
Okay, so you talked about when the incident was going on. I'm gonna
Oh,
ask
yeah,
you
beforehand.
Yes,
Yeah.
before the incident, after Fatima and Isaiah got to the bus stop, did any adults show up?
Oh, her father had showed up, I want to say like 2 to 5 minutes after they had showed up.
Okay, and you indicated Fatima's father showed up prior to on October 18th. Did you know the man that showed up was her father?
Yeah, I'd seen them, like him dropping her off at school or like things like that, just them walking together, so I kind of just assumed
Okay.
that was her dad.
Okay. And after the man showed up, what? Are you okay? I'm okay. Okay. And after Fatima's father showed up, what did he do after he showed up?
They got into, well, it wasn't really a verbal argument, but it wasn't in English, so he was assuring her with his hand to like come towards the car that he had got out of or wherever they were at, and she was just like shaking her head, wasn't really talking, being very quiet, standing behind Isaiah for protection. Isaiah was just kind of trying to protect her as much as possible, and they were both being quite silent and very like soft-spoken, very shy.
And while that was, so when Fatima's dad was talking to her, at that point, did Isaiah do anything?
Isaiah was just getting in between both of them, trying to like make sure that nothing physical was going on or gonna happen.
Okay.
So
And when Isaiah did that, what, if anything, did Fatima's father do in response?
he would back up occasionally at first, and then he kind of got more upset and was just like pushing it almost, like not backing up anymore or trying to like give her space anymore. It was just kind of like very blunt.
Okay. And then at some point, did Fatima's father do anything to Isaiah?
The bus had pulled up, and she turned away from her father for a second, and her father went to grab her, and Isaiah had grabbed onto his arm to try and pull his arm off or like stop him from touching her in some way, and when he did that, he punched Isaiah. Fatima's father had punched Isaiah, and he fell onto the floor.
Okay. And then after Fatima's father punched Isaiah, you indicated he fell onto the floor. Who's he?
Oh, sorry, Isaiah had fell
Okay.
onto the floor.
And after Fatima's father punched Isaiah, what did Fatima's father do after that?
Turned to Fatima because she had turned around at this point to see what was going on, and kind of like latched onto her neck and just tackled her to the floor.
Okay.
In the dirt area instead of the cement area where everyone was at first, so they completely moved into the dirt.
Okay. And you indicated that he sort of grabbed Fatima. How did you see how he grabbed her?
By her neck, like
Okay.
both hands.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Both hands around her neck.
Okay. And when they, you indicated Fatima and her father at some point ended up on the dirt ground. When they ended up on the ground, where were her father's hands or arms?
Either on her neck or holding her down onto the floor.
Okay.
But once we were looking at her face, she was not able to breathe, so.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. You indicated that when they first ended up on the ground, how far away from them were you? Do you remember?
Maybe like 5 to 10 feet. We were all just talking, and it was like so sudden, and then everyone had swarmed and kind of tried to help whatever was going on.
Okay. And then you indicated that you saw that she couldn't breathe. What did you see that made you think she couldn't breathe?
She was grabbing at her dad's hands, like at her neck, and then she was like, her eyes were rolling back, and she was getting a little pale, like it looked like she was not even barely going to be conscious for any longer. Like it was very scary.
Okay. And then you indicated that she was grabbing, sort of grabbing at her dad's hands around her neck. Where were her dad's hands or arms at that point?
Just on her throat. His hands were both on her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that at some point the other students got involved. Do you remember who got involved?
Caleb, Zayla.
And when the other students got involved, what were they doing?
They were kicking at his head or body and pulling on his jacket to try and flip him over or pull him off of her.
Okay. And when the students were doing that, were they successful in getting Fatima's father away from her neck?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And at some point, you testified earlier when I asked you if adults showed up, you mentioned a bus driver, and then you also indicated a man from a truck. Between the bus driver and the man from the truck, do you remember who showed up first?
I don't.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And when the bus driver was there, do you remember what the bus driver was doing?
I don't remember the bus driver really being involved in the physical aspect of it. I think he was just kind of like yelling, telling everybody to stop and just disperse and kind of move away. But
Okay, let me ask you a different question then. You don't remember the bus driver doing much. What about the man from the truck? Do you remember what he did?
so the man from the truck had got out, and I'm not sure if we had gotten him off of Fatima by the time he got over there and just detained him on the floor, or if he had pulled him off and then detained him on the floor. But the man did detain Fatima's father onto the floor until the police had got there.
Okay. And then you indicated that at some point the police got there. Did you talk to any of the police officers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then, so Athena, you talked about Fatima's father showing up, and then the bus driver showing up, and then the male from a truck showing up. Do you remember if any adult female showed up at some point?
Fatima's mother showed up.
Okay. And had you ever seen Fatima's mother prior to that day?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. And how did you know it was her mother then?
They were just all speaking the same language, and she was yelling about how her husband was on the floor. So I just had assumed that that was Fatima's mom, because that only made sense to me.
Okay. And when Fatima's mom showed up, when you first saw her at the scene, do you remember what you were doing yourself?
I think I was just talking to my friends, waiting for the bus.
Okay. And then at some point when Fatima's mother showed up, what did she do?
She came from, because we were trying to pick her up off of the floor to get her up. She came from behind and tried to grab her and ended up putting her arms underneath Fatima's neck and like tried to pull her up. And we kept shouting about how she couldn't breathe and like she had just been able to regain like everything, and it was, yeah.
Okay. So you indicated that when Fatima's mother grabbed Fatima from under, had her arms wrapped around underneath Fatima's neck, you were sort of making motions with your arm. What were you trying to demonstrate?
When I was picking her up by her armpits, because she could not like stand up on her own at all. She had no like willpower, energy in her body. And so I had picked her up from both of her arms like this and tried to drag her upwards and try and get her to at least sit up or away from everyone.
Okay, and you were demonstrating with your arms, sort of just moving both of your arms in an upward motion?
Yeah, just trying to pull her like this way while her arms were on my arms.
And when you were doing that, what was Fatima's mother doing?
She had came up behind both of us and tried to grab her in some sort of way, and she was crying and yelling and just hysterical almost. It was
okay. And then at some point when you you indicated she was grabbing her in some way, did you see how her mom was grabbing her?
She was grabbing at her by like her shoulders, kind of everywhere, just trying to get like a grip on her so that she could get her out of my arms.
Okay.
But it was just like overly aggressive. It wasn't helping the situation at all.
Okay. And you indicated that at one point while Fatima's mother was grabbing her, you indicated that you and other students were sort of shouting like she can't breathe.
Yeah.
What did you see her mom do that caused you to start shouting she can't breathe?
Well, she was just like flailing her around, and like she had put her arms where her neck was, and that was really like scary for all of us because she had just been able to like breathe. So I was like, I don't know how good she's doing. Please like leave her throat alone at least, you know, like let her grab her by something else. But she wasn't like holding her like that for too long. She had like let go and tried to grab onto her by her shoulders or by any means of her body.
Okay. And then at some point did you see, were you or other people or Fatima on her own able to sort of remove Fatima from sort of that scene?
So Fatima and Isaiah, because Isaiah had got up off the floor by now, and Fatima and Isaiah got up. I don't know how she got the energy to get up, but she had got up. Isaiah walked her to the front of the school through the parking lot, and her mom and her sister were right behind them.
Okay. And Athena, have you seen a video of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Counter permission to publish Exhibit 34.
You may. When it's playing, will you indicate which version?
Yes, Your Honor, and I am publishing the road version of the bus video.
And starting at what time?
2:12:52. Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. And I'm stopping at 2:13:31. Athena, I am gonna, I'm showing you with this red dot on the TV screen, someone that is on the middle, right-hand portion of this, image, that's wearing sort of the green color pants. Do you, recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Okay. And what was happening at this point?
Fatima's dad had grabbed onto her after he punched Isaiah, and they fell onto the floor, and the kids started trying to get him off of Fatima.
And where were you going at this point?
I was going to maybe help or assess the situation if they needed help. You know, I didn't know really what was going on in the first place. Nobody really did, so just going over there to try and figure out what was going on and help her as much as possible.
Okay. And I'm starting the video again at 2:13:31. And I'm stopping the video at 2:14:12. And Athena, what was happening at this point?
The bus driver had gotten off the bus to come see what was going on and try to help the situation, and then the guy got out of his truck to detain the father.
Okay, and what were you doing at this point?
I was trying to pull the father off and trying to get Fatima from underneath him.
Okay. Starting the video again. And I'm stopping at 2:14:35. And Athena, we see, I'm using the red dot, the person wearing the green pants in the right-hand lower right quadrant of this screen. the person wearing the green pants, is that still you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing by this point?
The man had got the father detained, so we all just took a step back, just trying to give them some space to be able to get everything dealt with and get him detained. And
Okay, and you testified earlier that at some point you had sort of tried to pull Fatima up and stuff.
Mhm.
Had you already done that by this point?
Yeah, I was, when everything was already going on and they were kicking at him, that's when we had tried to pull her up, and then I think she had just been limp on the floor for a while, and we had tried to grab her up later in the video.
Okay. Stopping the video at 2:14:35. No further questions at this time. Thank you, Athena.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Athena, I just want to clarify a couple of times, a couple of things. You were talking about when Fatima's father came
Yes.
to the scene, right? And you said they were having a conversation. And you reported that nothing got physical until the bus arrived. Is
Yes,
that right?
sir.
Okay. And how far away from everyone were you at that point, from Isaiah and Fatima and the father?
The bus stop isn't too big, so I'd say like maximum 20 feet.
Okay, and were you watching what was going on?
Yeah, well, I was like not fully tuned into it, but I would look over because it was
Okay.
obnoxious. It was,
And then, so when the bus came, you saw her father reach and grab her shoulder?
yes.
Okay, and at that point, is that when Isaiah got
Yes, sir.
involved? And what
Yes,
did
sir.
Isaiah do?
He had tried to grab. No, you're not gonna grab her, basically.
Okay, and then, so at that point, the video started, the bus was coming?
Yes, sir.
That's right then, right?
Mhm.
So the punch then that you're talking about from the father, was that punch that we saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then, just to clarify too, the man, we're jumping ahead now in time.
Mhm.
When the man came out of the truck and came across the street, when he got to the group of people, how long was it from that point until father let go of Fatima?
It was a few seconds. It wasn't.
Pretty quickly?
Yeah, he
Okay.
wasn't trying any longer after that.
Okay, so there was no further struggle from the father? at that
Right.
point. Okay. Now, at that point, did you notice, had Fatima's mother shown up yet?
Not at that point. I don't think so.
Okay, so she wasn't actually there then
Mm-mm.
when the whole incident itself was going on?
No, she just came to the aftermath of what was going on and saw everyone detained and on the floor. And
All right. And did you see another woman that was
Yes.
there? Okay, and that, do you know her?
I've seen Fatima running or like walking around with her at school, so I was just assuming it was her sister.
Okay, all right, so you assume that the other one was the sister. And you saw her, did you see her filming? Or not- I don't know, we don't use film anymore. Did you see her with a phone?
Recording.
Yes.
I can't say I remember that. No.
Okay. We heard on the video, and I don't want to play it all over again, but we
I
heard
heard-
someone saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Was that her sister yelling at that point?
I don't want to say yes and not be
Okay.
100% about that, but
Okay, but it could have been.
yes,
Okay.
that would have been the only person yelling.
And then her sister, she came with the mother? Or did she
Yes,
get there
sir.
later?
She came with the mother.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so, but we've established at that point, when they both arrived, Fatima had already been let go. And
Right, she was just kind of limp on the floor, and then the father was detained at
Okay,
that point.
so Fatima then was moved after that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. How's your summer going?
Oh, it's going.
You working?
It's long. It's hot.
Are you working?
Oh no, I can't do all that. I'm lazy.
So, you like summer better?
I do,
Or
yeah.
Summer or school?
Oh no, summer for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I was gonna worry there for a second. So I'm gonna play the video and just have a couple follow-up questions, and it should be relatively quick, okay? So. Rely on the expertise of Ms. Zoe.
And Mr. Leary, are you requesting permission to publish 34?
I'm on my way, yes, please, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. You may.
Thank you.
And which view will you be publishing?
The road, the front one.
Thank
that,
you.
We were just on. Okay, so we just watched up to 2:14:35, so I'm gonna go back or start from there if I can get this to work. Okay, so I have it paused at 2:14:35, and so we can see the individual in the safety vest. That's the bus driver. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we can see a woman standing by the truck. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you are there in the green pants, correct?
Correct.
And dark hoodie with your hood up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an individual in a brown kind of sweatsuit with white shoes. Do you know who that is?
That's Jake.
And so you kind of have your hands on your hips,
Mhm.
and at this point, the situation has kind of been contained. Is that fair?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. All right, so now I'm going to hit play, and we're just going to talk a little bit more. Okay, so,
Will you indicate the time you paused it, please?
yes, Your Honor. Sorry about that. 2:14:41. Now, behind the bus driver, from our perspective, we can see a woman with a tan backpack. Do you know who that is?
That's Zayla.
She appeared to be holding Isaiah Williams.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that?
I don't, honestly.
But you were able to see that?
Yes, I can see that now.
Okay. Okay, so pausing at 2:14:51, we see the bus driver kind of leave the scene, correct?
Mhm.
And you are walking around, and we can kind of see the passerby detaining
Yes.
the dad, correct?
Correct.
And we can kind of see his head on, what appears to be his head on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And not really
Yeah.
struggling or moving? Okay. And then we see an individual with a green hat. Is that another passerby? Do you know who that is? If you don't, that's fine.
Where at?
So kind of center to the right. So if I see you in the green pants, right?
Right.
We then see a woman in a white top. Do you know
Right.
who that is?
Oh, the.
All right, so we're at 2:14:51, hitting play. Okay, so now stopping at 2:15:05. You see you still there, standing in roughly the same place, correct?
Yes, sir.
And directly to the right of you, can you see who that is?
In the blue jacket?
Nope,
Or-
right behind. Do you see?
Oh, I don't. I can't tell who that is. No.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit.
Okay.
And let me know if you are able to see Fatima's sister or not.
Okay.
So we're at 2:15:05, and I'm gonna go back 10 seconds or so. All right, so 2:14:55, hitting play. And if you see her, just tell me and I'll pause it, okay?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. That is her sister.
Okay, and so now I pause it again at 2:15:07. And so you can see her sister kind of walking around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue to play.
Okay.
And we're now at 2:15:21 where I pause. And does it appear that Fatima has now gotten up at this point?
I can't tell if they're dragging her or if she's gotten up, but
Okay. When you say they, who's dragging her?
her mother and her sister,
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I don't want you to guess.
Sorry, I can't see it,
Okay,
so
I'm gonna rewind again. We'll go back
Okay.
to 2:15:15.
yes, that was her sister. Sorry.
I'm gonna go 2:15:14 and hit play. Okay. So now we're watching. All right, so now pausing at 2:15:34. And it's that point when her and Isaiah then start going to the school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the time frame where you're talking about her holding her
Mhm.
daughter is,
Yeah, I'm confused because I remembered it like she had came up, her and her daughter had came up to us, like the entire group after Fatima was on the floor, and she had came up yelling, screaming, and trying to grab at her. So,
and do you see that in there?
I only saw the sister.
Okay.
So,
And regardless, it was a relatively short period of time from the time when dad is detained to when she's going to school with Isaiah. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay. So it wasn't on the ground for very long. Let me correct. Once she is released from dad,
Yeah.
she is not on the ground for very long. Is that fair?
I don't know, for being on the floor after you just got strangled by your father, I feel like that was a long time.
And I'm, fair enough.
Personally, I just think
Personally,
she was down there for a minute. We were all staring there
Okay.
for a little minute.
But factually, we didn't just watch like 5 minutes of video. Is that's the point I'm making?
Yeah, okay, I guess not.
Okay. I'm not saying it wasn't traumatic or there
No,
wasn't a
I
lot
understand.
going
No,
on.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
characterize kind of how quick things were. Is that fair?
Yeah, now that I'm looking at the timing, it didn't feel as long as it really was. Like it didn't.
It felt
It
longer?
felt longer, yes, sir. It
All
felt
right.
longer than it really was.
Appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Athena, Mr. Leary just asked you about when watching the video, the passage of time. Do you remember him just asking you about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Despite the fact it wasn't 5 or 10 minutes, you testified earlier about your observations of Fatima's appearance when she was on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that still your testimony, that
Yes.
that was her appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that you testified earlier about when, I believe you indicated you haven't met Fatima's mother prior to that day, but you sort of put 2 and 2 together when you heard her say, screaming, my husband, my husband.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the same person that was screaming that, you indicated that you saw somebody, when you were trying to pull Fatima up, you saw somebody sort of with their arms underneath her neck.
Mhm.
Was the person that had their arms underneath her neck the same person that was screaming, my husband, my husband?
I'm not sure anymore.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry? All right. I may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay in the courtroom however you so desire. Yes. And while we are waiting for the witness, the jury is free to stand if you would so desire. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Yes, I do. Will you please come forward and be seated? If I could have the jury be seated, please. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well, thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Julie Mullen, and my last name is spelled Mullen.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a Lacey police officer.
How long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
I've been an officer for 21 years.
Okay. Is that all with Lacey?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you become a law enforcement officer?
I became a law enforcement officer. I went to the academy starting in 2003. I attended the Washington State Police Corps Academy that was held in Burien, Washington, where I had about 1,400 hours of training to be an officer. Upon my graduation from that academy, which was in February 2004, I was then hired by the City of Lacey as an officer.
Okay. What is your education background?
I attended Central Washington University, and I have 2 bachelor's degrees.
Okay. And since the academy, and being employed with the Lacey Police Department, have you received any additional or specialized training?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what are some of those training?
Initially, as an officer, I went to interview and interrogation school. I also became a forensic interviewer for child interviews. I went to several domestic violence classes, strangulation classes, digital photography classes as a patrol officer.
Okay. And what is your current assignment at the Lacey Police Department?
My current assignment is a patrol officer.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
As a patrol officer, I respond to 911 calls. I respond to traffic collisions, anything that requires a police response, as well as welfare checks for people that are walking on the road or found in parking lots. Anything that would need a law enforcement to respond.
Okay. And what was your assignment back in October of 2024?
In October of 2024, I was doing my detective position. I was a detective with the City of Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and how long were you a detective with the Lacey Police Department?
I applied for detectives out of patrol in 2018, and I was selected as a detective in December of 2018. I started my 6-year rotation in detectives in January of 2019, and that 6 years ended in December of 2024.
Okay, and it's after your detective's position, your rotation ended, did you rotate back to being a patrol officer?
Correct. When my 6 years was up, I rotated back to patrol.
Okay. And what were your, when you were a detective, what were some of your responsibilities?
So we only have general detectives at the City of Lacey. However, most of my cases would have been special victims cases, child abuse, sexual assault cases. But I was also the lead investigator on several homicide cases, as well as frauds, thefts, burglaries, and anything that was assigned to me during that time frame.
Okay. And Officer Mullen, were you the initial responding officer in this case?
No, I was not.
And do you know who was the initial responding officer?
Officer Sopal Heng was the initial responding officer.
Okay. And were you the main primary investigating officer in this case?
No, I was not.
Okay. And do you know who was?
Officer Alicia Howard was the main investigating officer for this.
Okay. And how did you first become involved in this case?
The event happened on October 18th. I wasn't working that day, but we had talked about the case. It was pretty significant for the department, so I became aware of it then. And then on October 24th, my sergeant, Detective Knight, requested that I assist Officer Howard with some aspects of the investigation. What was requested of me on that day was to get the medical records for Fatima and then also schedule her for a forensic interview.
Okay. You indicated that, well, let me ask you this. You were a detective in October 2024. Are there times where, even though a detective is involved in a case, a officer who is not a detective may in fact be the main primary officer?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, do you know back in October 2024 what position Officer Howard had?
Yes, Officer Howard was the school resource officer for Timberline High School, and the event happened at Timberline High School, and that's why she followed up with the event and why she became the main primary investigating officer.
Okay. And you indicated that when you were initially asked to follow up to assist Officer Howard with this case, there was a request for you to obtain Fatima's medical records. Did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then after obtaining Fatima's medical records, did you reach out to any outside agencies for assistance?
Yes, I did.
And which agency did you reach out to?
I reached out to Monarch, the forensic interviewer, Sue Villa, and so I reached out to her and I explained the situation and why we would like a forensic interview done, and she helped me schedule the interview for later that day.
Okay, and what is a forensic interview?
Forensic interview is a fact-finding interview that's mainly done with children or adults that have special needs. And so it's a fact-finding interview that's done by a specially trained interviewer. The interviewer sits down with the child, we'll just say child. It is held at a kind of a neutral location. She's not in uniform. It's not held at the police department normally. Our agency contracts with Monarch, and Monarch is they also do counseling there. They do exams there. And so the interview itself would be a fact-finding interview that the interviewer asks the child open-ended questions and doesn't try to do any leading questions. The child leads, and it also allows for breaks to be taken for the child if the child gets overwhelmed. And it's supposed to be an interview that causes less or the least amount of trauma possible and get as much information from the child as possible during that time.
Okay. And do you know whether a forensic interview was done in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did you, as part of your involvement in this case, did you attend the forensic interview?
I did not attend the forensic interview. I scheduled it. Officer Howard attended the forensic interview.
Okay, and after the forensic interview was conducted, did you have a chance to review the forensic interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Besides speaking with Sue Villa to ask Ms. Villa to set up the forensic interview and conduct the forensic interview, did you speak to anyone else that was associated with this case that is not law enforcement or medical professionals?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and who did you speak with?
Had a lot of contact with Sebastian Lyon with Child Protective Services.
And besides CPS, did you speak to any of the students or their parents?
I did speak to one student and his parents.
Okay, and which student did you speak with? Indicated you spoke with Isaiah, and where was that? Did you interview him?
I did, yes.
Okay, and where was that interview conducted?
At the Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and without telling the jury what Isaiah said to you, what did you talk to Isaiah about?
I talked to Isaiah about his injuries that he sustained that day. On November 4th, I actually spoke to his mom, Miss Drake, and she was concerned that all of his injuries...
I'm going to stop you for a moment. I'm not asking you about what anybody said, just what did you talk to Isaiah personally about?
I talked to him about his relationship with Fatima and then also with the injuries that he sustained.
Okay. And then did you also have a chance to speak with Isaiah's mother?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what about his father?
I did, yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go. Thank you.
All right, I think that's how these things work. Financial arrangement for companionship, arrangement for travel, arrangement to buy things for these women who call themselves the sugar babies. Dr. Craig spent a lot of time with them texting them. And sometimes he would be vulnerable. Sometimes as vulnerable as them, he would talk about his marriage. And he would say things about his marriage, called it a situation, a problem. He was frustrated, he was stuck, trapped, hopeless, and helpless. You're gonna meet some of these women. Now, we talked about this yesterday. Just because there's gonna be evidence that he had affairs, just because there's gonna be evidence that she does not mean he's guilty of murder. But you can consider, for the limited purpose of motive, of why he would do this, for the limited purpose of intent, why he would do this, did he have the motive, the opportunity to murder his wife? So you're gonna meet a woman named Jordan Knight, who he calls, I can't get divorced for financial reasons. A woman named Elizabeth Gore, who was with him when Angela busted. A woman named Karen Hayes, who he sent text you saying something, I don't remember the exact words, but you'll see it. How do I solve this problem? She said, well, maybe you turn to a homeless person. He said, that might be the only solution. And there's an end there. You're going to meet a woman named Dr. Karen Craig, Dr. Karen King. And this is my second time. Again, we're gonna go in and out of some timelines here. You're gonna see some dense text here. You'll see them all. Karen King was different than these women, Jim and Waffles and Seeking.com. Karen King was also a dentist. She has her own practice, was doing well in Texas, and they met at a dental conference in Las Vegas in February 22 to 25. In a lot of ways, just like Angela's life was about to change because of what he was about to start doing to her. His life changed also. Dr. Karen King was going through a divorce. She had been separated from her husband for about a year. She hadn't been in for many years. She felt vulnerable and awkward being at this conference by herself. They're in dates. She's on the line to go to Cirque du Soleil or dinner or some event from the conference. And she's wondering whether she should go. She didn't want to go alone. And she meets him, the man in court, Dr. James Craig. And they start talking. They go in together. They agree to go to other functions together. And they start a very emotionally involved relationship. At the end of the conference, on the 25th of February, they went to the airport together. They had a meal at the airport and they talked about seeing each other again. They talked about a relationship. They talked about wanting to be with each other again. Before he gets home, he sends her a text. Seems to me that what you need is to emotionally connect, to be vulnerable, and to be loved where you are. If that's what you need, I will try to be the man for you. He tells her that this is not something I've ever done. So Dr. Craig, the man in court, who's thought about, he doesn't have much time to be the man that Karen King needs for you. He starts talking about his relationship with Angela, how he's not satisfied, how he's not getting from it what he needs to get from it. And he leads Karen King to believe, whether he believes it or not, not really know, that he can get it from her, that she's the woman, that he can spend the rest of his life, that she's the woman that he could be happy with, that she's the woman to make him the man he wants to be. After 3 days, he sends her a text saying that he might be completely in love, and the relationship takes off. When you talk about behind closed doors, we're going to see behind the closed doors when we read these texts between these two. The relationship deepens. So conmigo, dream with me, my eternal love. May heaven let us bloom together forever. They make arrangements for Karen King to come to Denver, to come to Aurora, where he lives with his family, with his wife, for her to visit him. Because as far as Karen King knows, he's also going through a divorce, and he's got his own apartment. He lives in his own apartment, and he's no longer living in Denver. This trip, first trip planned was for the 9th of March. About 9 days away. He's got 9 days to solve this problem. He's got 9 days to be the man to Karen King, as he promised him he would be. He starts searching on the internet for poisons. First set of poisons for arsenic. Where can I buy arsenic? How arsenic works. And that morning, he sends, the morning after he starts searching for these poisons, he sends Angela, his wife, a text saying, good morning, my love. Because that's still where he is with her. And then he sends Karen King a text saying he's fighting with Angela all afternoon. And they were being wet. He tells Karen Kane that Angela busted him, saw a receipt for what clearly was a meal for two, and busted him in the shingle. You'll see Karen Kane's response. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. I hate fighting. Karen Kane is afraid. She doesn't want to be mixed into this. She says it's too soon. At one point, she says, I wish you were further along in your divorce like I am. Really important text, and come back, Ron. He says to Karen Kane the night before Angela goes to Utah to visit her sister, maybe she will decide to stay gone for a long time. It would be hard for me to figure out how to manage with kids, but it would definitely make my life easier. I'm going to put this money into another time. Truth. It continues. Karen Kane says they don't want to watch her heartbreak, so mine can find joy. Because she's empathetic. She's caring. She doesn't know what his situation is because he's not being truthful. Dr. Craig continues to promise her that they had a life together, a future together. I want to experience everything with you. I want us to start at the beginning of everything in life and experience it anew. When he sends this text, he's got 7 days before Karen Kane comes to Denver. He's got 7 days to be the man that he needs to be for her, the man who promised Karen to be. He tells Karen Kane just before Angela comes back from Utah that he's sad. He's sad because he's going to have to go back to the apartment. And he's going to have to leave his kids in the house. And that's not true. He doesn't have it. Later on, after Angela dies and after all of this comes to light, he sends Karen Kane a letter saying, you know, I'm sorry I wasn't truthful to you. I didn't want to lose you. You didn't have an apartment, but I didn't want to lose you. So he wants to be the man for Karen Kane that she needs. He doesn't want to lose you. How is he going to do that if he's married, living at home with his wife? While he's telling Karen Kane that he's living in an apartment, he's living with Angela. Here he is. She's on the couch. He embraces her. He gives her a hug on another day. Same movement, hug on the couch. They are living as husband and wife, but he's got a problem. He's got a situation. He's trapped, and he's got 8 days. And there's a countdown. And as you see the dates on there, count them down to solve this problem. The morning of the 6th, Angela texts him about the smoothie that he made. He texts her and says, I love you so much. And then he tells Karen Kane that Angela felt sick. He talks about some smoothie she had and why she had to go to the hospital. And she simply says, pray. And then he sends a very curious text to Karen Kane. Just for the record, I will never drug you. Now, you'll hear from Karen Kane, and she's going to talk a lot about red flags. There she is. In their short time together, they send over 4,000 texts. There are over 80 expressions of love, specifically, I love you. They are planning a future together. They are planning to live together in eternal love, to start anew, to experience everything together. He never wavers from that with Karen Kane, ever. He writes her a song. He sends her a song. We're going to hear, he also sent the song to Angela Craig. You're going to hear, he also sent the song to a woman named Carrie Hegseth. But he sent her something. and they plan the future together. He talks about telling Angela's brother, or talking with Angela's brother about this divorce that's coming. And he said they talked about it, and his brother said, well, her brother said, well, I know you tried really hard to make it work with my sister for lots of years now. But that never happened. That conversation is keeping Karen King on the run. This is March 13th, 2003, 2 days before Henry was final hospitalization. They had changed that original trip because Angela got sick the first time, and Karen Kane said, I don't want to be eating. March 13th, 2 days away from becoming on the new dates of March 13th, 2003. 2 days. At one point on the next day, he sends Karen Kane a text and says, can I share something? She accused me of the reason she's sick. Another curious text, another red flag. Another red flag, but not a lot of context for Karen Kane. March 15th, these timelines come together on March 15th. He tells Karen Kane he's going to go dark for that day. He doesn't want to scare her, but he's going to go dark from time to time. Karen Kane is coming the next day. He knows what he has to do. But it's that morning, about an hour later, hour after he tells Karen Kane he's going to go dark, Angela texts him that text. I'm going to point a lot, I'm sorry. Angela sends him that text saying, I'm feeling dizzy. I'm sick. And I don't know why. Later that day, he texts Karen Kane saying Angela crashed. She's in today. She has no brain activity. She's in. Takes this picture of his wife. Can't see her. There's a nurse behind her. This is after she crashed in the hospital. Sends this out to family members. Karen Kane starts to pray for me. And what he really wants to tell her, what he really wants to ask her is, what you doing tonight? And then, are you still planning on coming to the hospital? Who blames Crash? Who be told she brain dead? And he spends the next 2 days basically on the date. Final time called Poisons. Do you remember that? February 27th, 2003, they made arrangements for Karen Kane to come to Denver to spend time with him. Those internet searches, how to make murder look like harder. Tetrahydrozoline poisoning kind, lethal dose is arsenic and metal. Is arsenic detectable in autopsy? Oleander is a dangerous, poisonous plant. The 5 most dangerous chemicals on earth. Beware to buy arsenic. You can put this one back up. See, these timelines could cross. If you were to stay gone, it would definitely make my life easier. And it's around that time that he really gets serious in his opportunity, in his motive to murder his wife. Because it's at that time that he orders arsenic off Amazon. He continues searching for poisons, this time barium carbonate, and she never orders. On March 4th, arsenic arrives. Remember that timeline? Angela is still in Utah and doesn't have access to her. She's not drinking the smoothies. She comes home on the 5th, and she's in the hospital, feeling dizzy, sick, lethargic, heavy on March 6th. They changed the ticket around that time. I got the date wrong on that. They changed the ticket for Karen King to come and extend it out to the 16th of March. It gives him more time to be the man that she needs. It gives him more time to solve his problem. He starts researching tetrahydrozoline is Visine. Something curious happens, and we'll talk more about it, but the office manager in his dental practice, Caitlin Romero, sees him after hours on a computer in what they call exam room 9. And it's, it's got the dental chair and all the tools, and it's got that screen up there. He's got his own office down the hall. He shares with another dentist. He's got a laptop on his desk. He's got a desktop on his desk. No one was in the office. The other dentist wasn't in the office. But for some reason, he's down the hall in exam room 9 using that computer. Caitlin Romero thinks it's odd. She says good night. You're going to lock up. He agrees to lock up. And she leaves. And about 20 minutes later, he gets a text from her saying, I'm expecting a personal package. When it comes, put it on my desk. He goes to work purchasing oleandro. Oleandro is a deadly plant. Came up on one of his lists of world's deadliest plants. And he orders it online. He orders it from the Jim and Waffles email list. And they're suspicious of this. Why do you need this? Why do you need oleandro? And his response is, so I'm guessing it hasn't shipped yet. He really needs it. There's some emails back and forth where he's desperate to get this oleandro. This is all in that time frame that Angela came back from the days of it. And Karen came coming to Colorado. He sends them an email explaining why he needs it. He talks about how he's a researcher. And he's not going to use it on humans or animals. And none of it is true. And then he goes to King Soopers and he buys a lot of Visine, which we know to be tetrahydrozoline, which we know that he knows the timeline and how much to use to kill someone because he's been researching and reading now. He orders cyanide on March 8th, 2023. My math isn't great. He's got about 8 days before Karen Kane comes to Denver. That's a whole bunch of emails back and forth between Midland Scientific or Important Cyanide, where saying, when is it coming? Can you do it overnight? And they also want to know why he needs it. So he sends them this explanation of why he needs it. But this time he says he needs it for surgery as a dentist. And that's not true. It wasn't true. There will be evidence that he even went to Midland Scientific's warehouse, hoping to find a way to buy it over. But the cyanide eventually comes to the office on March 13th. And Caitlin Romero sees it at the front desk and already been opened. And she's like, oh my, they shouldn't have opened it. He said not to open it. But she looks at it and it's cyanide. He goes back and buys more Visine. This is the day that Angela Craig goes into Harvard Hospital and she saves till the 14th. I takes this picture of Angela Craig and all of his youngest daughters in the hospital that night and sends it to Dr. Karen Kane. One of the last days of the night fighting. Cyanide comes on March 13th, 2023. Angela Craig is still in the hospital, but he's got what he needs. And Karen Kane is coming in 3 days. Sends this picture. Let's get that out. He sends that picture to Karen Kane that night. And the next day, this picture to Karen Kane. Angela still searching for it is, still frustrated, still scared, still wondering what happened to her and why she feels sick. She's looking for answers. The evening of March 14th, Fendez makes his wife a smoothie and can't really see it. He'll be able to see it. He'll have all his evidence to pick up and shake and look at. But he's got a pink top smoothie shaker in his hand. Remember that. And he gives her a smoothie that night before she goes to sleep. Timelines come together on March 15th. Early that morning, Angela still searching the internet, still trying to figure out what's wrong with her. This is her search. She's looking for emergency room. She's looking for that emergency room over on Colfax University Hospital. 9:35, the defendant texts his sister-in-law, because remember, her brother and sister-in-law are there taking care of her. And he wants to make sure that he gave her this medicine called clindamycin. Now, you'll see some text between the defendant, Dr. Craig, and his wife. Put that back. About clindamycin. He told that the ER docs at Parker Hospital drive his Canadian. It's an antibacterial, anti-infection medicine. She was on one when she went to the hospital. Z-Packs, before we take them in, what's wrong with us? He was taking Z-Pack. It's a pill, it's not a capsule. But he wanted to make sure Angela's sister-in-law gave her this in the morning of March 14th. Capsule. You'll hear his own words how you could empty out a capsule and put something else in it. And that's what we did. The evidence that's believable, the evidence that's reasonable, the evidence that's credible, the inferences, which make sense, is that you put the cyanide in capsule. Because almost immediately after she took it, almost immediately after his sister-in-law texted him and said, I gave her the clindamycin, or I gave her the meds, she gets really sick. And they rush her to the hospital. They text her at about, they text him at about 10:25, taking her to the hospital. She's not well. His next text is to Karen Kane about something she said to him is so hot. How she must be breathing so heavy because it's so hot. When she gets to the hospital, they do a blood draw. They take her blood. As they did when she left Parker Hospital on March 14th, as they did when she got to Parker Hospital on March 9th, but they're not looking for cyanide or arsenic or tetrahydrozoline. These are standard blood draws that they do in the hospital. Any doctor would know they're not going to find that stuff in these standard draws in the hospital. But fortunately, they saved all of that blood. They saved vials of that blood. Then he gets to the hospital. He leaves at one point. He says he's going to the office because he has work to do. But he doesn't go to the office. He goes home. Comes back to the hospital. He comes back to the hospital. He goes into the room. Angela's brother is in there. He sends her brother. Suggests that maybe he needs to work. Maybe he should take a break. Maybe he should go back to the house. And he does. And just shortly after that Angela Craig crashes. I'm going to power through this. Angela Craig crashes. There he is in his blue scrubs. March 15th, she crashes. And that night, Caitlin Romero calls Dr. Redfern, his partner, and says, you know what? There's something weird happening. Something weird is going on. You remember the talk tells him about March 6th, tells him how he's back in that room using the computer. Tells him about the cyanide. The Dr. Redfern, Ryan Redfern, tells the hospital staff, and suddenly it's all pretty clear. It's all clear because all the doctors meet. They talk about giving her an anti-cyanide antidote, and they give it to her. But and there is some improvement, but it's too late. Her brain is already dead, and she spends the next 3 days dying. The police get the computer in exam room 9, and these are all the circuits they found for poisons. Days. I'm going to skip to the most important part of the autopsy. and it's the blood results from alcohol. When Angela Craig got to the hospital on March 9th, she was positive for Ronimos. Not enough to kill him. It was kind of the first one. When she left the hospital on March 14th, she was negative for cyanide. When she got to the hospital the next day, she had some cyanide, she had tetrahydrozoline, and she still had some arsenic in her system. Later that day, after she crashed, after he was in the room with her alone, she had a lethal amount of cyanide in her system. You're going to hear from some experts who are going to say that that deadly amount of cyanide was given to her while she was in the hospital, just before she crashed. Because that's, you know, that pink smoothie that you gave her the night before she went to the hospital? FBI lab, just because it's a special lab that can test for this kind of stuff, they find tetrahydrozoline in that shit. Essentially, Angela Craig died because her brain ran out of oxygen. Now, when Jim Craig is in trouble, when he's stuck, when he has a problem, he turns to people who are vulnerable, and he uses them. After he was caught, after he was exposed, he sent his daughter a letter asking her to fake evidence of his fake evidence that her mom committed suicide. And he gives her specific directions on how to do it. Buy a cheap laptop, install a VIN, install in some browser, some software to do it. At the end of it all, destroy the laptop. And I love you. I'm sorry to ever have to ask for this help. That doesn't work because she knows it's wrong and she turns him in. And that doesn't work. He turns to another inmate at the jail called Tina Humanity. He gives him a map of his house and tells him where the pictures are, and he instructs him to plant evidence. Plant evidence that the members of the church would find and turn over to the police. And that doesn't work because the hand turns him in. He talks to another inmate named William Waldon, and he sends him a script and offers him money. And he wants him to find women to pretend to be friends of Angela, to call his lawyer. He's come to court and testify that Angela told them she was going to kill herself and she wanted to kill herself.
Wrap up.
And that didn't work. Now, he's more than 37. And that didn't work. Jim Craig gets stuck. He turns to murder. And he asks another inmate to kill what he called the worst filthy attempted in town, Bobby Olson. And they talk about murdering Bobby Olson, some other inmates he thinks were reporting on him. And that didn't work either because that inmate turned him in. And finally, he sent a letter to that inmate's ex-wife with that same script. Find some witnesses, find some women, tell them to say this, and I will pay you. We'll give you free sentence. I'm not doing either. Folks, I have to sit down. You're going to start to hear evidence soon. Later this morning, we heard it all. There will be no doubt that the evidence that's believable, that's reasonable, that's credible, the inferences from that evidence, that the defendant is guilty. Dr. James Brent, the defendant, the man in court, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the crimes he's charging, committed here in this county, in this state. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you. She needed minutes to settle you. Just 1 second. Yeah.
Broken. This case is about a lot of things that are broken. Now, the prosecution got out here and put a lot of timelines up and talked to you a lot about things that are not disputed. I know that probably surprises you to hear them say that, but we're not disputing that Angela got sick. We're not disputing that Angela was in and out of the hospital, urgent care. We're not disputing that Angela had poison in her system. And we're not disputing that she died. Really, the crux of this case is how, right? Now, I would submit to you that over the next couple of weeks, you're going to hear a lot of evidence, okay? And the how is going to be based on speculation and assumptions, which we're going to go over the definition of reasonable doubt here in a little bit. That's exactly what you can't consider. You can't consider speculation. You can't speculate. This case from the very beginning started with blinders. Okay, so as a defense, we're going to ask you to remove the blinders from this case and to look at everything. When you look at this case, it's actually pretty complicated. It's not this cut and dry timeline like the prosecution just got up and told you. It's complicated. It's like a mosaic, right? When, I don't know if you guys have ever seen like where you break a picture or a photo and then you're taking those little tiny pieces and you're putting them back together. When you drop that photo and you break it on the ground, it's hard to tell what that actually is a photo of, right? But as you start picking up those broken pieces and you start placing them together, you start to actually see the photo or the image, right? This case is about a lot of broken things that you're going to have to piece together. Let's talk about the Craigs. They were married for 23 years. You're going to hear that they met, they were married pretty quickly. But like all marriages, there were problems. Okay? But this was very much a caring relationship. Even though there were problems, you're going to hear from the doctors that Dr. Craig went to the hospital with Angela. He was a doting husband, I think is what one of the doctors is going to describe him as. That he was concerned, that he actually wanted her admitted into the hospital when she went on March 9th because she wasn't getting better. She was back in the hospital. The texts between Angela and Dr. Craig are very caring and loving, despite them having a difficult, complicated relationship. They had 6 children. They were a happy family. They took vacations together. Disneyland was one of the things that they loved to do together. And they were members of the LDS Church, or the Mormon faith. And you're going to hear that that was very important to both of them, and especially to Angela. That Angela wanted to live by the Mormon values, that she wanted to do right by the church. That was something that was very instilled and was important to her. Now, you've heard about the surveillance video that was in the home. There were surveillance videos throughout the home, not just in the kitchen, but cameras elsewhere. The thing that's specific about the kitchen is this is the only videos that had audio. So in other areas of the home, you couldn't hear what was being said. There were also other areas of the home, like the bedroom, where there weren't. But you will see throughout the relationship that they're very loving. These are still shots from that surveillance video footage in the kitchen during this time frame that the prosecution is alleging Dr. Craig is poisoning Angela. Loving, caring, affectionate. Sometimes he's initiating it. Other times Angela's initiating it. Again, despite them having a complicated relationship, a difficult relationship, it's caring. There was loving there. The love wasn't lost. But the marriage was broken. Right? You're going to hear evidence of cheating. Well, what's interesting and what the prosecution doesn't tell you is this cheating had happened for 23 years. There were lots of women. This wasn't just about 3 women or 4 women. This was something that had been going on throughout the whole entire relationship. And there's nothing new about Miss Kane. I know the prosecution is going to argue that and tell you that she's some sort of motive. She's just like all the rest of the women that Dr. Craig was having affairs with. There were lots of texts with other women. Essentially, Dr. Craig, and you will see and you will hear this throughout testimony, is he was saying to women what he wanted to be able to get certain responses back from them, to feed his desire to get attention and to be wanted. Karen Kane was no different. This was nothing new. You are going to hear about money issues, but they're not to the extent that the prosecution wants you to believe. They want you to believe that Dr. Craig was in such dire strait money issues that that was somehow a motive to murder his wife. That's simply not the case. What you're going to hear is that in 2021, Dr. Craig and Angela filed for bankruptcy. You're going to hear that his dental practice did have financial issues, and so he brought in a partner, Ryan Michael. But you're not going to hear that there were dire straits. The mortgage was always paid. They had cars. Their children were well taken care of. They were going on vacations. And the most important thing is Angela knew of the financial circumstances. It wasn't like Dr. Craig got them in such a bad financial situation that he couldn't tell his wife and so he had to kill her. Angela knew of the financial situation. And in fact, she contributed to that financial situation. She liked to spend. She had her own cards. She contributed to the financial problems that they were in. You're also going to hear that part of the broken marriage was doing right by the church. Angela really wanted the family unit to stay together. She knew Dr. Craig was cheating. Now, I know the prosecution got up and said he was caught. I would disagree with that. He is candid with Angela that he had been cheating. It was something that he was working through. It was something that they often discussed behind closed doors. But you will hear that Angela really wanted the family unit to stay together. That was important to her, that Mormon faith about forgiving, moving past, keeping the families together. And quite frankly, that cheating, that wanting her husband to be better, it broke her. Let's talk about Dr. Craig. He was a broken person. Again, he wanted to be better. He had conversations with Angela several times about his cheating, talked to the bishop of the church, was trying to better himself and stop cheating. He had anxiety. You're going to hear his own daughter talk about how he had anxiety. Addiction. He suffered from addiction, a broken person. And he was broken when he was arrested and sitting in jail. He just lost his wife. Because law enforcement looks at this case with blinders, he's been arrested, which means he's also lost his children. His children are now on the outside without a mother, now without a father. He's anxious. And yeah, he does some not great things in jail, and one of those is the letter that he sends to his daughter. A broken person who's in a very dark place because blinders were put on by law enforcement can sometimes lead people to do things that are out of character. Let's talk about Angela. She was also a very broken person. She was a mom. She was a mom of 6. Being a mom is maybe the toughest job out there. Being a mom of 6, very difficult, ranging from toddlers to teenager at the time. She was a stay-at-home mom. She was providing the care for these children while Dr. Craig was at home. She had a lot on her plate just being a mom. On top of that, she was feeling very isolated. You will hear that she did work for a period of time, but for the bulk of time leading up to March 15th, she had been a stay-at-home mom, and really that's all she did. She worked out at home, and she took care of the kids. She was isolated in that home. You will hear witnesses describe her as extremely private. She was not somebody who was going to tell her internal struggles, her marital struggles, what was happening to others. Saving face, right? She's a Mormon. That family unit is very important to her. Her being a mom and a stable mom for her kids, is also very important to her. She wasn't about to tell people about her internal struggles. She wasn't about to tell people about her marital struggles. She was saving face. She wanted attention. You're going to hear her own daughter describe her that way. She was also manipulative. Words from her daughter again. That if she wanted to try to get something, she would be manipulative. Angela was a very broken person. By her own words. I'm going to show you a clip that was taken from the surveillance video after her first hospital visit at first.
Nobody in their right mind would ever think I would kill myself before I killed you. Nobody. Name one person. It may not be your fault if they didn't do their due diligence or anything like that, but it's your fault they treated me differently. It's your fault they treated me like I was a suicide risk, like I did it myself. And like nothing I said could be believed.
I think it was me. Because I didn't say you were, I'm afraid she did this to herself. I just said, are you going to do a drug panel?
You think that's not enough?
But you can tell the way she said, she's like, yeah, we're going to do it. That's her team. She's like, it's really weird because she says that. Like, I don't know, she didn't say she didn't. Neither of us said, I think she did this to herself, or I think she took drugs, or I think that, neither of us said that.
And how do you think it would have gone if you actually defended me?
Well, I also wanted a drug panel because you were accusing me. I wanted that for me too.
Yeah, well, everything about that whole interaction was 100% selfish and had nothing to do with being there for me. You weren't there for me. You didn't. Because you were too concerned about what you were concerned about. Not like you did not ask. You asked all the details of every medical, everything, everywhere we go. And you didn't even ask. When they said it was high, you didn't ask. Really, it's a miracle. But I need love. The only thing that saved my life last night was God. Was that? Because nobody else did anything for me. Last night? But I am angry. I'm angry at you, and I'm angry at them, and I'm absolutely filing a complaint with the hospital. They didn't do anything. Except send me home and recommend that I see my PCP. And you didn't do anything. You just brought me home. You didn't even try to call my PCP or try to call anybody or try to do anything. You just brought me home.
Or whatever. See what he's saying?
Some things are a natural part of human existence because we're curious creatures. The other is thinking about killing yourself. It's not normal. And everybody doesn't think that maybe something about having had Oliver the way I had him broke something. And this is just being an old.
Something about the way I had Tolliver broke something. And this is just me getting old. That's what she says at the end of that when she is talking about taking substances. And there's a couple of interesting things in this video. One is that you hear Dr. Craig talking about how he was asking for a toxicology screen the very first time she went to the hospital. Why would you do that? if you were poisoning your wife. He also said right before Angela states something about the way I had Tolliver, who is their oldest child, broke me. You can hear Dr. Craig saying when she's saying you didn't do anything and you just brought me home, he says it's because of what you took. She was broken. And in fact, by her own word, she was broken. She was struggling. This is a broken perception, right? We talked a little bit in jury selection about not everything is the way that it looks when you look at it, right? Like you've probably heard the expression, don't judge a book by its cover, because you might think the story's about something and then you dive in and it's actually not about that, or there's a lot more detail. That's what this case is about, right? This was about a family who, looking in, Angela and Dr. Craig looked happily married. There were no problems. Angela's mental health seemed fine. Dr. Craig's mental health seemed fine. Everything seemed fine because Angela and Dr. Craig kept things within their four walls. And not just within the four walls of their house, in the four walls of their bedroom. Their kids didn't know what was going on, right? They were talking about the mental health struggles. They were talking about the cheating. Those were things that their kids didn't know about. From the outside looking in, again, it seems cut and dry, but it just wasn't. There was a broken perception. Also a broken investigation. Tunnel vision on Dr. Craig. We talked quite a bit about that already, but he was the husband, right? The moment that Ryan Redford calls and is talking about the things happening at the dental office, right, that there was a package delivered and that package contained cyanide, it was over for law enforcement, right? They had tunnel vision. It was all about the husband, Dr. Craig, who worked at this dentist office where cyanide was delivered. And you're going to see that that drove the whole entire investigation. And again, what we're asking you to do is to take off those blinders and look at the bigger picture. You're going to hear about a journal that Angela had. The interesting thing about this is a homicide investigation where law enforcement goes and searches the home. They don't find Angela's journal, but somehow that journal is found in the home by her family and is turned over to law enforcement. Do you want to know what else is interesting? The whole journal isn't turned over to law enforcement, just certain entries. In that journal, though, you will see the struggles that Angela was having, right? Where she's talking about being isolated, where she's talking about the struggles of her relationship, that Dr. Craig's cheating and infidelity broke her. They never find any arsenic or cyanide. They also never get surveillance footage from Summerbrook Dental, the dental office where these searches were happening, where the cyanide was delivered, where Dr. Craig worked. They limit the search starting on February 27th of 2024, even though there's evidence, and they want you to believe by their own account, other women that happened way before that, yet their search is limited to February 27th. They never interview the church bishop, which we know is an integral part of this family. They provided you a lot of searches that Angela was doing. Those come from her cell phone. They showed a picture of her in her bed where she's on oxygen and there's a laptop, and they submitted to you that she was on her laptop searching about her symptoms, about the emergency room. Well, let me tell you, her laptop is never taken, it's never searched. The search of the home was very poorly done. You're going to hear that. Because again, they had tunnel vision. Right? It's the husband. We already know what's going on. We're going to go in with our blinders on, and we're just going to take what fits our vision. We're not going to look at the whole entire picture. This is some pictures from the Craig's home. This is their bathroom. You're going to hear what was taken and what wasn't taken, but more so all the stuff that wasn't taken or searched, right? There's a lot of drawers. I mean, you look at this picture, there's several drawers on the left-hand side, cabinets on the right-hand side. These drawers contained all sorts of pill bottles, syringes. They were Mormons. They had food storage, which is common in the Mormon religion. You will see in this picture that there are multiple things of food. I point that out because they're making a big deal that there's receipts for multiple purchases of Visine. It was standard, and you will see in other pictures that deodorant, for example, or toothpaste, they bought in bulk. They stored in bulbs. There was 8 of them in a household. This is a desk area in the home of the Craig where there is Angela's laptop. Never taken, never searched. Wouldn't have been nice to know what she was searching, right? They have her cell phone, but they don't recover the electronics of hers in the home. There's evidence everywhere. More computers, not taken or searched in the family home. This is the garage of the family home, and this is important because Angela was into woodworking. This is where she spent a lot of time. There are totes, there are drawers. None of those are searched. Talk about what this case is not about. First of all, it's not about what the prosecution says. Okay, it's not about what I say. It's not about what Ms. Moses says. Remember, it's about the evidence, right? What comes from the witness stand, what comes in the form of exhibits. That's what this case is going to be about for you to decide. It's also not about what you heard or what you may hear in the media or anybody else. It's not about whether Dr. Craig was a good husband, right? The prosecution is going to try to say that he was such a bad person, he was a cheater, that gave him the motive to kill. That just does not make sense. This was nothing new. Over 23 years, nothing new. You may not like him, you may not think he's a good husband, but that's not what you're here to decide. You're here to decide whether or not the prosecution has proven the elements of what they charged Dr. Craig with beyond a reasonable doubt. And in fact, I'll submit, you probably won't like what he was doing. You probably won't like some of the things he was doing. Not what's at issue in this case. And it's certainly not about speculations and assumptions, which is what the prosecution is going to be asking you to do. And it's not about sympathy. This is tragic. You have 6 kids who lost their mom. You have Dr. Craig, who lost his wife of 23 years. This is tragic. But you can't allow sympathy to play a role in your verdict. I want to talk a little bit about the presumption of innocence. Dr. Craig is innocent now. You know, we've been talking, and you filled out a jury questionnaire with a little synopsis of this case at the top. We talked a lot about in jury selection, about, you know, close things that you guys haven't heard anything about. You heard the prosecution get up and give their opening statement. But he's innocent now. You have to presume him innocent now. That innocence remains throughout the whole entire trial. So as you sit here over the next couple of weeks, Dr. Craig is innocent. That only gets lost if, when you go back to deliberate, when this trial is over, if you believe that the prosecution has proven the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that's important, right? Because you got up here and you heard the prosecution lay out what sounded horrific in an open closed case. It's not. He is innocent. And you have to maintain that presumption of innocence throughout the trial. Burden is on the people, right? It's on this table. Even though the prosecution may get up and start asking questions, we don't have to prove anything. We don't have to prove Angela was broken. We don't have to prove that Angela was struggling. It's not our burden. The burden comes from this table to prove what they charged Dr. Craig with. So let's talk about what that burden is, beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this jury instruction, but this is what you will be instructed by the judge. It's a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. Right? This is the highest burden we have, because when somebody's life and liberty is on the line, that's why our justice system is the best, because we hold this table to this burden, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not vague. It is not speculative. It is something that causes you to make sure, right? If you're hesitating in a matter of importance, that's a not guilty. Again, it never shifts to the defense. Now, part of the charges are these solicitation charges that the prosecution was talking about, these people from jail and things that were being sent by Dr. Craig. I want to point that out because another big role that you guys have is determining credibility. And you guys are the sole judges of credibility. In fact, you're going to get a jury instruction that says you can believe all, none, or some of what a witness says. And it's up to you to determine who's credible and what's credible in this case. The evidence for most of those solicitation charges are going to come from jailhouse snitches. And something you can consider is motive and bias for why jailhouse snitches would be saying what they're saying and whether or not they're credible and what they're saying makes sense. Remember, that's their burden. Those are their witnesses that they're going to bring forward to try to convince you that there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this trial, Ms. Moses is going to get up here and she's going to ask you to find Dr. Craig not guilty, because it's the only verdict that you're going to be able to render once you take those blinders off. Once you start looking at this case and put that mosaic together, start filling in those pieces, although it may look a little disoriented like those scales of justice, when you start picking up those broken pieces, the only verdict that's going to make sense, that's going to fit with the evidence, is a not guilty verdict. Thank you.
Now, what I can't stand is that that trial is not actually being streamed. So we're going to have to just keep our eyes out for details on the James Craig trial as they release. What I will say is that I think you guys may remember while we were watching Karina Fake Cry, we were also watching the Bloody Suspect murder, also in Connecticut, where the man attacked the young lady who I believe had special needs. She was on a scooter. The mom, the boyfriend pulled up. So that trial actually ended 4 days ago, but I did find the closing arguments, because that one too was not one that was live streamed. We only got bits and pieces of that one. So it's 2:30 now, so I'm gonna go ahead and end our stream for today. But tomorrow we're gonna pick back up with Karina's trial. I'm sorry, not Karina's trial. We're gonna pick back up with Fatima's trial against her parents. We're gonna pick up after lunch, because it's a West Coast case, so they going late. I ain't got time to be going late. We're gonna watch that in the morning, but we're also going to take a look at that bloody murder suspect trial first. We're gonna look at that first, and then we're gonna jump over to Fatima. So, as usual, I hope all of y'all that supported the Telegame have a very safe, happy, and pleasant evening. And I'm gonna holler at y'all tomorrow.